Okay, let's do this here. Where am I? Come on. Bring the audio down. This is out of date, but it'll do. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to celebrate your artwork. So I get to wear clothes other than my painting clothes today. This shirt literally arrived about an hour ago from Ukraine. I was scrambling to try to find the link of the place where I purchased it from. At last, I can't find it, so I will put a link in the description below. This is a traditional type of clothing worn by Ukrainians and some Polish people and even some Russian people as well. And I paid probably a little bit too much for it, but it's supporting fellow Ukrainians in Ukraine, and the fact that they can still create something and ship it and deliver it is remarkable. So I'll put the link down there. Please consider supporting Ukrainian craftsmen in Ukraine who are living under bombs and stuff right now. So, anyway, this is the plan for today's episode. We'll get to that in a second. Different kind of plan. Well, I was going to say, like, support the channel, hit the notification bell. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal, the Super Chat function. You can send a e-transfer check or whatever. If you find any of this helpful, there's what the PayPal looks like. If you click on that link, and you can send $1 there as a thanks. And there's also our Facebook group. Everything you're going to see, except for a few very small examples, was found here on the Facebook group. So if you haven't joined that already and you're wondering where all these great artworks you're about to see were posted, how I found them all, well, there are people just like yourself who've been painting and drawing over the past few months, and this is where they've posted it here. So it keeps growing every day. It's amazing. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to start by looking at art that you guys have done in class, responding to the great artists that we've looked at as part of our Master Study series. And we're going to look at about 6 or 7 artists, and then we've got 162 artworks that you guys have made on your own outside of class, and I'm super excited to check out those as well, because I haven't really had it. I've been working at this all day long. I haven't had a chance to really absorb all of the fantastic stuff that you've created. So let's jump right in here. Let's just move this off screen so I can get that set up and look real nice and pretty. There we go. Okay. So the first artist that we're going to look at is a Ukrainian artist, Timofey Boychuk, who was an incredible artist. His brother was a much more famous artist, but Timofey died relatively young and really only created a handful of great artworks that still survive today. I just loved this painting. This version here is by Carolyn. Let's take a look at a bunch of them together so we can just see. Make these bigger. Wow. Oh my goodness, these are so cool. Oh, great. Okay, so how about let's start right here with Paula's version. I think you did a great job, Paula. Again, you're drawing these without using the outlines, so the fact that you can get such a skilled version of these figures is just remarkable. That makes me super excited. You've got the colors bang on. I love the warm and cool colors, especially in the sky in the background. This one, took a little bit of time to do. Anytime you've got multiple figures in the same artwork, it's going to take a little bit longer, so I'm very impressed. I don't know if I have any comments per se here. you know, we don't quite have, it's not as easy to see some of the details in the hands, perhaps. So that might be a little area where you could just go over. You wouldn't maybe want to use a black, but just something a little bit darker to kind of maybe capture that thumb. And then also down here where she's grabbing the basket or the fabric that she's gotten a knot there around her waist for those apples. Otherwise, great job, Paul. Wow. Oh, and interesting. So this is the same. Okay, that's what this is the same work here. It looks a little bit different down there. And then it's next to the sisters found a home. I wonder what painting this is. Did we look at that before? It is interesting how they kind of work really well together. They both have a tree with, you know, one has flowers in the grass and one has apples in the tree itself. But they, yeah, you're right. They do. There is a kind of an echo here of the two. You know, it could be that these two women are underneath this tree, but at a different time of the year. I think that's great. And I love this one. The only thing I would say, and there's a minor little quibble about the painting on the top, is that, you know, the fence posts aren't equally spaced, which is not, you know, maybe that happens, or maybe that is true on the actual fence that you were painting. It does seem like maybe there would be another post there, and maybe this one would shift over. I don't know. Maybe I'm just OCD and a little stickler for details like that, but just something I noticed there. Yeah, that's great. I don't know. I don't have anything to add on there. Well, maybe I would say that perhaps these windows, the frames around the windows, could be just a little bit more dull so that they don't compete with the white of the fence, right? Because that white being so bright or so intense up here, and then we have virtually the same white back there. Like, I think you've done a little bit better job here with a little bit of yellow just to kind of make it a little bit duller, to push it further back. Again, super minor quibble, but just for, since we're talking about trying to get better and better, right? Wow, this is Maria's version of the Boychuk painting. That is great. You know what's interesting is that just these two women and the kind of look that they, you know, the expression, particularly this woman over here, you kind of wonder, what is she thinking? You know, she you know, she doesn't seem that happy with her friend. It's like she knows something, or, you know, that this woman maybe doesn't know, or, you know, she just looks a little bit like gritting her teeth a little bit there, right? And I love that about art, how we can create stories in our minds about each of these paintings. Excellent job. You know, the tree in the background is nice and dark, and that really creates that value contrast, really makes these characters pop forward. I think that's darker than my version, certainly. And also, it's interesting, you filled in I think there was a little, in the original painting, a creek or something running, a river running out to the ocean or to the lake or the Black Sea or wherever this is originally intended to be. But you filled it in and turned it into sort of like a valley or a canyon of some kind, which actually I think works pretty well. One area is in this, I mean, I might have just decided just to fill this triangle here and this area in with the same green, perhaps. Not sure. It doesn't bother me. It's, again, super. We're gonna hear a lot of minor quibbles today, but I think it's great. Well done. Oh, still working on the grass. Not sure if something else is missing. Please let me know. It looks great. Yeah. You know, I guess it's also worth just noting, like, the blue that you've got on her, what would you call this? Her dress or apron or something? I really like that color. Like, that's a really nice dark denim. Like, that's the kind of denim I love, right? I think that's really nice. I like the darkness in there. Wow, Lisa I love doing this painting. It was quite a challenge, however. It's for my mom, who's Ukrainian. Thank you, Michael, for the great lessons. So glad I found your channel. So glad you found us, Lisa. Wow. That, again, is very cool. I like the way that, you know, there's very thin kind of glazing approach to painting down here, which is working really nice. I don't know if that's water or some sort of matte medium you've put in there, but I think that works really well. The water going, again, it's the, I'm not even, and I should also say there's, you know, I deliberately don't include the original image for us to kind of go back and forth, and I've done that throughout all these episodes, because it's not about, for me, trying to point out where people failed to reproduce the original. It's just thinking about now appreciating each of these paintings on their own merits. And so if it works on its own, then that's, I think, the ideal situation. So in this instance, it is a little bit confusing as to how this kind of river is flowing by. And again, that could very well be like that in the original. I'm not sure. I love these flowers in there. Again, I'm just not quite sure how they're functioning in here, what space they're occupying. Minor quibble again. Great work. Wow, that is so cool. And the color bang on. Again, this expression, she's a little bit happier. Here's Frida's. I love this tutorial so much. It was a great learning experience. I bought some matte medium a long time ago. Wasn't sure how and when to use it. Very cool. We do have a bit of a strong reflection on there that, but I think everything's working well here. The only thing I would say is maybe we've got a little bit too much of this cool green. And it might benefit from a little bit of a warmer green, using some warm blue, warm yellow, just to kind of push some of these really saturated greens a little bit further back. And in fact, I might have used just a little bit of white or gray in these that saturated cool green, just to give it more depth, more atmosphere. But this is a good example. I love how you broke up this little river winding through there. I think that's a very effective use. Now, again, her expression here is a little bit like, oops, I hope she doesn't find out. Uh-oh, I really made a big boo-boo. The other thing, too, is the tree is much lighter. Not a big deal, but, you know, again, if we go back to, you know, Maria's, how much darker that is. Two very different paintings, obviously, but just worth considering how effective that dark tree is in behind these two women to kind of launch them forward in space. Excellent work. Great job. Wow, here's Eleanor's version of the painting. Again, couldn't be more different than the ones we just saw. So wild. A great use of these various different colors here. The kind of the brushiness in this dark tree, I think works well. Like, it does seem like it took you a long time to outline and paint all around that. It doesn't surprise me, which is why when I'm pretty sure the way that I painted this, as I mostly just painted the whole thing dark and then painted using some white, the leaves and the apples back on top of the tree, so that I could just really quickly get as much of this big dark tree down as quickly as possible as a time-saving device. I'll leave it for people to go back and watch and see how effective my approach was here to Eleanor's. I do like the outlining with the... Is that a pen? Is this watercolor? Oh, yeah, I did it in watercolor. It says right at the top. I was going to say, it looks very like the paint much thinner. It does get more opaque, though, here in the background. Interesting. This one, I think, works well as a watercolor, though. This is, especially, you know, when you get a lot of detail like that, and then the colors are relatively flat, watercolor will do just fine. Here's Donna's. Interesting. Donna says, I think I'm done. I'll probably find something else to do on it tomorrow. This background, the tree, I think works really, really well. The apples and the leaves are less defined than in the original, but I don't mind that. I think areas where some improvement could be made, though, might just be on these faces. It looks like we might have lost a little bit of like the nose here and the chin and this nose. It's interesting though that does make the painting look a little bit more Byzantine, more medieval. And the Boychuk brothers were definitely, that was something that was a big consideration for them. It was a big part of their style to kind of create this a type of painting which recalled you know, these very kind of flat and stiff paintings that were made in the 1400s, 1500s, and to kind of re-embrace it. It's interesting because that type really, I mean, and that because they did that, that whole style was called Boychukism. This sort of neo-Byzantine, neo-medieval approach to painting, which it's surprising hasn't come back yet. It's probably due for a revival for sure. Excellent. Yeah, these shirts also are very well done, especially the woman on the left here. A lot of, like, again, this painting has a lot of detail in it. This is a tough one. Wow, and very different. Okay, so here's Carolyn's. This was my first class. I interpreted it as Adam and Eve at the apple tree. That's great. Oops, where did that go? So you kind of transform the gender, I guess, of this person here from a woman into a man, I guess. So that would, is this Adam and then Eve? She seems to be sort of looking him up. Oh, he's Adam is quite the handsome fella there. Look at that burly chest. Yeah, great. You know, what's interesting is that this version of the painting, more so than anybody else, Carolyn, has virtually no outlining at all. It's all just contrasts between color, which is totally fine. I mean, when I was in art school, when I was in art school, I remember this is the kind of painting my teachers wanted me to make, and I was constantly outlining things, still to this day. But, you know, very different. Well, actually, this here, Maria also didn't do much outlining. A little bit, Paula didn't do much. Let's see, anybody else do a lot of outlining? This might be Lisa. Not even much. Maybe the original doesn't have any. Okay, so Eleanor did, I mean, the outlines are much more prominent here. So, I mean, all in all, I just think what's so cool is just seeing how everyone approached this painting very differently. We have so many different versions of the same painting. Okay, wow, look at all those familiar faces in the chat. We got Lolly there, Paula, Frida, Sandra, Nikki, Kathy, Pascaline. Let me make sure, did I say Kathy already? Deborah. Wow, this chat just keeps going on and on and on. You guys have been busy chatting while I was getting set up. Awesome. And of course, there's lots more people watching that aren't in the chat there. But I think let's move on here. What should we do? Let's continue the Ukrainian thing, and then we'll take a look at a few artworks by artists that are not Ukrainian. Okay, this is the Krivolap, Anatoly Krivolap, the living contemporary Australian. Okay, it's time for a sip of tea. And let's see, we can place bets on can I get through the episode without spilling tea onto my brand new shirt. This is why I always have lots of painting clothes. Okay, so Anatoly Krivolap, the living Ukrainian artist, hopefully doing well, and during this conflict at this time. And I loved this painting that he did of this horse. I love the kind of simplicity of it. I think it's just gorgeous. And it's sort of kind of the opposite of maybe the way we would think of approaching this. I think a lot of people would do it the opposite, maybe have the horse black as a silhouette on a white background, for instance, and he's inverted those. He did do lots of different versions of this, and then there are some that are pink and blue and green and orange, etc. But this painting, I believe, is the most expensive painting ever made by a Ukrainian person. But anyway, let's start with Kathy's here. I think you did a great job, Kathy. The restraint in here is admirable, because it's hard not to kind of overwork a simple painting, which I think can often be confused with being, you know, my kid could do that kind of painting. But I think anyone who's been doing any of these classes, and especially attempted some of the quote-unquote easy paintings, I think as the more and more experience you get, doing something that's really easy becomes more and more difficult, because there's nothing to hide, right? It's all there, right? But yeah, that's great. Well done. The subtle variations in these values that from light to dark is really nice as well. Great job. Wow, and Deborah here. I tried to make him have feathers on his lower legs and hooves. Interesting. I mean, it does give it that sense of vibration that we have here, which is a little bit in the original, but I think you've really accentuated it. It does, there's a lot of kind of energy in the legs, that maybe sort of, it makes me think of like a time lapse. Maybe let's say the horse is standing in a stall, and it's sort of maybe moving its feet nervously, like it's getting ready for a show or an event or to go for a ride or whatever. But there's this is definitely in the original Krivolet painting, but you've really accentuated it and brought it out. I love that. It's also, you know, much like deeper colors than, let's say, Kathy's. Kathy, this is, I think, more closely to what I was doing, but I love what you've done here, Deborah, and really kind of brought out, it's almost maybe more emotional to me. That's my kind of reaction to it. It's just it's a little bit darker, and so maybe a little bit more, just a little bit more moody, you know, what would be the term? What's the, I'm less articulate today than maybe normal. I mean, I think I need to be painting for that part of my brain to become active. Here's Heidi's. Great. This is excellent. It's nice seeing a little bit of that imprimatur coming through very effectively through here. Again, keeping it thin and allowing that to come through is tricky. That's great. I love the little bit of ambiguity in these legs, and I remember that being something kind of significant with the original painting. And then lastly, we have Paula's here. Paul says, I was shocked the class ended in surprise. This, because I think we did this episode in like an hour and 10 minutes or something. I think it might be the shortest episode I've ever done. Because once it was done, it's done. Usually, often I'll do like 2 or 3 paintings on a short class like that, but I think I was just merciful that day to you guys and to me as well. So, Maria Primachenko, I would say arguably the well, I don't know, I was going to say the greatest Ukrainian artist of all time, but there is some competition for sure from some of the other artists that we're going to be looking at. Wow. Okay, so how about we could start here with Paula's. Paula drew this out instead of using the outlines as always. And I think you've done a great job. I think one of the interesting things about Maria Primachenko is how, you know, she was a quote unquote self-taught artist. She had some basic art education, but she's considered to be like one of the great folk artists of all time. And I think that sort of term is kind of problematic. It's sort of often used to as like a gatekeeper device to keep certain people out of the big party, right? Where the true artists are, right? Who don't have that little, what do you call it, adjective, pronoun or whatever, kind of, you know, put right in for like a folk artist as opposed to just an artist. But her use, like, you know, in the same way people might do that to Maud Lewis, who I think is maybe or Grandma Moses, who might be the in Maud Lewis the Canadian and Grandma Moses the American kind of parallels to Maria Primachenko. But, you know, it's really nice, like the contrast of these colors. I think you got the color great. And did you use a Posca pen or something? How did you get such fine lines there? That's kind of quite amazing on the bird. That's wild. That's great. I think maybe we could have added maybe an extra rose right here. And then the right side feels a little bit empty. So I would either just like trim the right down and bring it right up to the flower like you did on the left. Yeah, because I think there's that kind of little gap on the side. It's just a little bit uneven, but not a big deal. But wow, here's Marie, or Mary. Didn't have access to the printable traces, so I drew it freehand. Wow, again, you know, it's not this... You know, we think of like these folk artists as people who, you know, are unskilled, and here we have, you know, when you try to draw something like this that is so what we call graphic, you know, it's really just pure line. You realize how difficult it actually is to pull it off and get everything kind of balanced. And I think you did a pretty good job here. And it looks like you used a brush to do this entire painting, which is remarkable considering all of the detail in there. I went right to the Posca pen because, man, it would just take me forever. But, like, look at all of the detail in here. Way to go, Marie. Wow. You know, I also like, you know, you painted on this canvas and it wraps around. And you have the flowers actually kind of going over the edges. The leaves going over the edges. That's cool. That's something I have a great appreciation for, because often, you know, about 20 years ago when I was making a certain kind of style of paintings that were inspired by comic books, I did the same thing. Like I carried the entire painting all the way around the edges rather than just stopping at the edge. So I'm somebody who thinks a lot about edges and sides of paintings. I'm always that guy who's going up to paintings and looking at the side of the canvas on the wall, and I think security is like, is that guy trying to figure out how to steal that thing? What's he up to? Here's Holly's version of this painting. Holly says, finished my dove. It took 2 sittings to do the transfer. My back might need a week to recover. It was an all-involved process, but I'm glad to have done it. Wow, and that's so interesting. Also, you know, the way that you've done the flowers in the background, and I can't remember quite how the original was done, but it's so neat how, you know, the bird itself is much, it really pops forward with the dark outline, and the flowers in the background with the lighter outline really recede. Like, that is really interesting to see that in action here. That is really cool. I love how it's done. I love your little signature. Is that, or was that how did she sign it like that? Because that's not a Holly That's interesting. Cool. It must be how she signed Primachenko. Maybe that's the what a P looks like in Ukrainian. I am Ukrainian, but I don't speak or read Ukrainian. It's on my bucket list more so than it ever has been, but one of these days. Oh, I also like how this flower crosses over top the stem, over top of her tail. Nice touch. Really cool. Great job, Holly. And here's Deborah's version. I love how Deborah switched out the background for the blue, which is, you know, another color on Ukrainian flag there, right? So it seems to kind of work really well, kind of nice little substitution. And I'm always up and encouraging people to add their spin to these paintings. In the class, I try to do them as maybe as faithfully as I can so that somebody who wants to get as close as possible can get there. But along the way, if you feel inspired to take a different direction, by all means. So this is kind of the opposite. Here we've got the flowers outlined with a darker red, and it doesn't leap as forward as the bird, but it just to kind of go back to Holly's here, it is interesting how, you know, they're closer, but not, you know, but certainly not on the same plane as the bird. Let's say the bird's on top here, Deborah's are here, and then Holly's, the flowers are a little bit further down or further behind, or however you want to think about it. And that's one of the cool things about using colors, and where you use colors can literally push or pull different elements of a painting backwards or forwards within the composition. Okay. And then Eleanor's here. Eleanor decided to do a different painting. I think I also put this in the Dropbox, I think. So if anyone is also interested, you could also do this one. I loved this one. Yeah, I think the title, yeah. May I give this Ukrainian bread to all people in this big, wide world. Oh, so beautiful. And the great tragedy is that Putin's cronies destroyed the museum, the Primachenko Museum, just outside of Kyiv in that first week of the invasion. So one can only hope that the people that were running that museum had a chance to recover any artwork or take a few of them before they fled. Because what a tragedy, it's so, don't want to get down on things, but it just makes me super sad. Anyway, let's take a look at David Berluc. So here's Paula's version. So it was, I think it was called, what, My Cossack Ancestor, that's right. And so this fellow playing this, I think it's like a lute, is sort of dressed in traditional Cossack clothing, and everything we see on this blanket that he's sitting on is relevant to the kind of the tools and traditions of the Cossacks, who were and are a kind of nomadic people that kind of spread all over Ukraine, but kind of their traditional land is Crimea. And in many ways, like, the Cossacks are the kind of the spiritual embodiment, I think, of a lot of Ukrainian culture. You know, especially kind of the dancing and the music, these kind of the folk traditions, I think, are in many ways, even people that don't have Cossack ancestry have kind of adopted many of the elements of Cossack tradition into wider Ukrainian culture. Anyway, this one was fun. If you recall, with this painting, I used sand that I've had for probably 20 years from a road trip down to Mexico many years ago. And so I mixed that into the paint to give it this real gritty texture. Obviously, I didn't expect anybody else to do that. I don't know if I see any grittiness in here. It looks like this might even be painted with, well, I was going to say watercolor. Could be watercolor. Looks like there could be a little bit of acrylic in there as well. Or at least acrylic on paper, I assume, maybe. And then there's Heidi's version. So Heidi just went and took a section, this horse that was on the right-hand side, and zoomed into it. And this one does look a little bit grittier. Like if we look at that paint, I wonder if that's just paint texture you've built up, or if you mixed anything into the paint like I did. I love doing these paintings where we really get to experiment with materials and the way that paint can be applied onto the canvas, because it just shows kind of how adaptable acrylic paint is, how flexible it is, both literally and figuratively. Because acrylic paint, you know, is when it dries, it's plastic, and it can bend and flex and twist. We've done a few paintings like that where, of course I don't have anything available here, but unlike oil paint, that when oil paint dries, it dries into a hard surface, which is why oil paint can crack if the surface itself, like the canvas, bends or is rolled, or if the canvas shrinks and expands. That's how you get cracks in a painting. Cracks can happen in oil paintings for all sorts of various different reasons, but within an acrylic painting, I think that would be very unlikely. I'm sure it could happen, but I think the situation in which it could happen would be very unlikely. Great job, cool work. Next, we'll look at Taras Shevchenko. The Shevchenko, for those of you that didn't watch the episode, is I would say considered to be the greatest artist in Ukrainian history. And I know I said maybe Maria Primachenko is, but for instance, the highest honor in Ukraine that an artist could receive is the Taras Shevchenko Award, right? So it's in the same way that, well, I was trying to think of, is there another award anywhere else? Like maybe like the Mark Twain Prize for comedy. So it doesn't necessarily mean Mark Twain is the funniest person ever in American culture, but that's what they named the prize after. Now, I'm a huge Mark Twain fan, but just to kind of give you some context. So Shevchenko was also a prolific writer and poet, historian, and painter, obviously. And many of his other paintings are much bigger and way more complex. So this is, I think, probably the most straightforward and simple painting we could have done. And it still took me, I don't know how many hours to get it completed, right? Probably I was like five hours or something I might have worked on this painting. Because of all these folds. So where should we start? How about we'll look at Vanya's, because we haven't talked about her work yet. I love this, Vanya. I think you've done an excellent job. I love these very subtle gradations on her skin. We've got kind of our local values, or what we might call the local color, which is sort of the neutral version of the skin color, neither dark or light or modified with other colors. And then you've got a little bit of green and blue and red and pink and white over top of those as maybe like little thin glazes, perhaps. Really well done. This painting, the way that you've painted it, displays quite a lot of confidence and speed in which it was created. Now, I'm sure it probably took you hours to paint it, so that seems like, wow, I don't know how fast this painting was, but there's the way that you've painted it sort of conveys that sense of just of again, that confidence in the speed of application of paint, even if it took hours and hours to do. Some other people might have approached this painting a little bit differently, a little bit more carefully, as opposed to these were some pretty bold brushstrokes, and I love all that. Absolutely love it. Absolutely. Let's go to Paula's version here. That's great. And again, it's remarkable, Paula. You drew this without using the outline. You've done a fantastic job on her body here. I mean, we see this is like her rib cage and then her hips. So you've got everything in the right place, and her spine going right down there. Often when people do figurative work, and if they're having to draw it out on their own, we see kind of like wild distortions in the proportions. But I think you've done an excellent job here. What could I say? The one thing I think you could use a little bit more of in this painting, Paula, is just a little bit more darker values. Like we've got some good darker areas, like under her arm here, a little bit under her body. But I think in these, like for instance, in this fold here, because her knees are going up here and then coming back, so this area is a little bit further away, and I think it should be darker right in there. I think it should also be a little bit darker underneath here. And I think the way that you could do that is just take a little bit of like this darker purpley color and glaze with it. Just some very thin glazes going around there, digging around in here, underneath here, under her legs. Maybe a little bit back here on that back wall, underneath that pillow. But again, I'm just nitpicking, but it's pretty well done. That's excellent. Great job, Maria. Wow. You can see how those little bit of darker values, I think, pays off. I think we could still push it a little bit more. Like in the background, very excellent. Very excellent. But I think to really give her body weight, that she's kind of laying on this and sort of sinking into the fabric, we want it to get a little bit darker in and around a few places. And I'm sure the original has all the clues there, but it's just worth just noting. Great job, though. Holy smokes, you guys are on a roll. Let's look at Andrei Koska, or Kotska, sorry. And I loved this painting. I love the expression on her face. This is sort of, I was teaching a class in person just the other day, and I had a younger student in the class who was looking at me like this the entire time, like... Oh, goodness. Was just not impressed. I'm not sure why they were there, but they were there and giving me the stink eye the whole time. But I love that expression you've captured. Versus here, Maria, kind of, it's very slightly different kind of expression, right? Less kind of, this one, a little bit more sadness, I think, in there. This is another painting I still want to do. I've got it kind of in my queue for the future. This is another painting by the same artist that I also love a lot. I don't know when I'll get a chance to do it, but I think it's in the Dropbox if you are interested. Let's see. And then here's Paula's version. Okay, so Paula did both of these paintings by Kotska. Also very, very different. Like if we look at the expression here, this one seems to be the most hopeful and positive of the different versions that we have. Which again, I love. I love seeing how when you guys take one of these paintings and kind of give it your own spin, and sometimes it just comes out. And that's one of the cool things I think with painting, is that even if you don't intend it to for the expression or the emotion to be what results, that's a big part of being an artist, is sometimes just letting it be, is just embracing what does appear, right? And that's, you can see why different people think of paintings as having, or being like alive, and I sometimes will talk about just let the painting follow the painting's lead. The painting will tell you what it wants, because sometimes it literally does that, right? It literally kind of suggests a different direction, and it's up to you as an artist to decide, is that a path I want to go down, like a happy accident, as Bob Ross would say, or do I want to quote unquote fix it? And sometimes fixing it is going to cause more trouble than just letting it be, right? Because then you're just fighting with the painting. But I think this is great. I think right back here underneath her ear, that could be just trimmed a little bit, because it looks a little bit wide right there. Again, nitpicking, but otherwise I think you got the painting pretty well. I feel like, so this is her vest. There's something on this arm I think we need to add or darken underneath the vest to show that this arm is in front of it somehow. Perhaps. Let's just see how Maria... this one also, I think this works really well. Like, her clothing down here starts to become kind of an abstraction. Funnily enough, I feel like this needs to be articulated a little bit more. Same thing on this side. Like, is that part of her chest, or is that her arms on the side? Because then it almost kind of looks a little bit like a scarf, perhaps, rather than a vest. Not a big deal, but just... And while I'm thinking about that, that is one of the things that I often miss when I'm doing these paintings, or that sometimes, like, I'm so focused on just painting, it's not until I look at it later on I realize, oh, I just saw those as just two different shapes rather than an arm on a body, and it looks a little bit awkward. I didn't really make that arm convincing. So sometimes when we're just in the painting, we don't see those types of things. Yeah, it's kind of a mournful, sad expression on her face, Maria. I mean, I love it. It looks great. I wonder, is her neck a little bit wide here? Maybe not. Maybe not. Looks good. Let's say that's good. I'm happy with that. And that one, that's great, Kathy. I love this. Faces are always a challenge. I think mine looks a little depressed or just pensive. Anyways, I'm quite pleased with it overall. I don't know. Looks like she's sort of clenching her teeth a little bit, right? She's sort of like got a little bit of that stare down, right? I just think it's funny to me. I think we could have, again, added a little bit of darker values, maybe underneath here, a little, maybe down by her armpit, perhaps. Otherwise, I think it looks fantastic. These are all great. I love these. And then Paula's version of the other painting by Kotzka, I think is great. There is a lot of green in here. I probably would have tried to get a little, which is not bad to have that green, but I think if we had some, like a darker blue, like almost like a kind of a denim blue, a little bit of like what we have down here, or purple, that we put up into her hair, especially in the darker areas, I think that would be really effective. Now, I can't remember what this, or maybe the original has a lot of green in it. It just seems a little bit too much. But, you know, we see that green in her face, on her arms. So it's, I just think maybe even as a balance, we've got this blue down here. It might be nice to see a little bit of it, more of it up in the top part here. Okay, let's move on. Okay, let's Boris Gross's famous painting here of the Ukrainian giving the finger to the Russian boat, the Moskva, which later sunk. That was famously used as a Ukrainian postage stamp, and after they reissued the stamp with the boat no longer there because the boat was sunk. Really one of the most important boats in the entire Russian Navy. A matter of great pride for a lot of Ukrainians, this particular incident. Anyway, here's some. Marie says, thank you, Michael, for another great tutorial. I think it's turned out really great. I love the way that you've, in fact, let's take a look at the other paintings first here. Come on. Oh, wow. So let's just take a look here, Marie. Is it Mary or Marie? Is there a difference? Do people care? I don't know. My apologies if I'm totally butchering such a common name. Never really thought about it. Sometimes you don't think about these things until you're saying it. Yeah, I'm trying to think. What could I say about this? I love the way that it's painted, especially the boat in the background. I like that there's a restraint of using black back there, because that black will pull that boat in front of the, or right next to this figure, and make it look like a giant hat or some kind of crazy thing. I feel like it could be even a little bit more dull, a little bit less dark, perhaps. You've done a pretty good job using this kind of glaze to kind of give a little bit of that glow around the figure. I think we could have gone a little bit further and added a little bit more of it. I think that was one of the great little things in the original artwork that Boris did, is that kind of glow around the figure to kind of create that separation between the soldier and the boat. As for the foreground, I think it's pretty good. I feel like I'm trying to remember how the original was done. I feel like it might be a little bit darker in the foreground, perhaps, possibly. But yeah, all in all, just nitpicking here. Wow, that's great, Paula. That's incredible. So this, again, you did this without using the template, and you've done an excellent job with these figures. And I've seen you draw some of these people, and you do a great job. It's not easy to illustrate human beings, as I see from the comments almost daily on the videos that I did in the drawing course on how to draw. We see a lot of people struggle with that. But I think this is great too. Just a little bit lighter of that boat in the background. I think the 121, the number on the boat, could be a little bit more muted. It's a little bit so white that it does kind of, it's whiter than anything else in the painting, and I don't think it should quite be like that, because again, it starts to break away from the background and move into the foreground. And then Robin's version of it. So this is almost like the exact opposite situation, where I feel like you've done a great job with the boat being kind of a little bit muted, so it looks like there's atmosphere, it's further away. But I think the figure in the foreground on the other end of things should be darker, right? So because it is now sort of moving backwards in space. It could just be the way it's photographed, but the, you know, like, because we do see some black in here. Maybe it could just be the way it's photographed, but I feel like if we had a little bit of darker values on the figure, I think that would help. Also, this kind of blob right in the seat of his pants kind of might look like he's he's so terrified by this boat that he just pooped himself, right? I'm saying that in the nicest way possible, but it's just one of those things that, you know, that I'm just noticing. Perhaps maybe what I might do is just darken that whole area, fill that in. But this is a good example of how that dark area in the foreground really pulls that foreground in front, right? Whereas we have the muted values and colors in the background push that backwards, right? That's great, right? So it's almost like, I think what I would do here, Mary, is just maybe make this darker or more saturated in color. But you'd see how well these kind of darker outlines function. Kathy says, I totally did not plan for her to look put on or peed off. Just want to go back here. Yeah, but I mean, that's fine. Again, I just think that's very funny. Like, I'm drawing a graphic novel right now, and panel to so I'm drawing thousands of faces, literally, over and over. And there's definitely times where, you know, I'm trying to draw someone who's really happy, and they look like they're kind of giving a bit of more of a sly smile, and I have to kind of like tinker with the eyes and the lips so that it looks maybe a little bit less of a complex type of smile, that it's just more of a genuine, heartfelt smile, as opposed to like a you know, like that's really So that, and those are just tricky little details, and trying to nail those take time, and it's yeah, it's not easy. So let's look at one second here. I want to open up go to these next ones here, and I just realized this was miscategorized. So let's take a look at Elizabeth Louise Vigée Le Brun, the great French figurative artist, really one of the greatest, I think one of the great artists of all time, but certainly maybe in the top 5 greatest women artists of all time. And a huge groundbreaker, glass ceiling shatterer. Really opened the doors for a lot of other women. And I love this painting. I love this painting because of how kind of odd it is. That it sort of appears that this little girl is looking, I mean, it sort of looks like she's just looking in the mirror, but she's not really looking in the mirror. She's looking right at us, because we can see her face straight on. So it's almost like she's turned the mirror deliberately so that she can view us, because just looking straight at us doesn't, like if she were instead of looking down here, or how is it, instead of just turning and looking at us, she's turned the mirror so she's she can look at us through the mirror. I don't know. I'm sure that there's somebody who's written a PhD thesis about this and really kind of broken down the meta-narrative going on in this painting. Anyway, let's take a look. Here's Eleanor's version. Holly's done a close-up on the face. I think maybe is there more to it, Holly, that I didn't see? There's Judy's. There's Maria's. And Paula's. Great! Where should we start? Let's go to Eleanor's here first. Wow, that's great. It's, you know, it's interesting too. I'd have to look at the original, but just the way that this is painted, it's like there's two slightly different expressions in this mirror. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It adds almost a little something to it, in the sense that, you know, in this version, her face looks like it's, her chin is tucked down, and she's sort of looking up at the artwork, versus the image in the face is much more confident, right? And that could be in the original, it could be a mistake on the artist's part, or it could be like a very deliberate attempt to kind of show, you know, the difference between the way that we perceive ourselves versus the way that other people perceive ourselves, right? And that when we look in a mirror, we might see one person, but when we walk outside on the street, people perceive us to be something completely different. Like, in this instance, she looks into the mirror and sees this confident, strong girl, and yet when we look at her directly, we see someone who's maybe a little bit more timid and shy, right? So I don't know. That could be, all of those things could be in the original painting. If so, that's fantastic. It wouldn't surprise me. As I said, Vigée Brun was the greatest artist of all time, so we wouldn't put it past her to have accomplished something like that. But either way, Eleanor has captured that or added that to that painting, which I love. That's fantastic. Holly's version of this definitely looks like a close-up, because that's the weave of the canvas. So I wonder if something happened here, Holly. Maybe I didn't get the full version from the Facebook group, perhaps, but I think, you know, we're missing a lot of the details on the face here, like the eyebrows and the bridge of the nose, cheeks, her hair. I would encourage you to finish it if you haven't already, Holly. It would be great. Oh, starting the face all over, 6th attempt. She's turned out a few times, with a texture look like she had multiple layers of pancake makeup on. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly one thing that can happen if we continue to rework an area of the painting over and over and over again. It can we literally start to build more and more and more paint up, to the point where we can literally see that change in the painting. Like it's almost like a bubble is forming there. And especially if you look at it from the side, you can see those. If you're painting with oil paint, one thing you can do within a reason, you know, after years you can't do this, but you can sometimes just scrape all that paint right off, and artists will do that, and you can just get right back to the first layer. With acrylic paint, just because of the way it dries so quickly, that's much harder to do. Who was it? Someone was using like Q-tips and hand sanitizer to kind of scrub into paintings and remove some layers of paint, which obviously worked. I probably was like a little like, ooh, I don't know. I hope that doesn't affect the quality of the paint and introduce some chemicals in there that could start eating away at the surface, etc. But anyway, I think I don't mind that. Again, let's say that face does look different. Then we have a kind of situation where, you know, we create a little story in our mind where the image in the mirror differs from what we see. Okay. So this one here, Judy, I think you've done an excellent job. I think this one, she looks... It's more and more possible that this is the actual true reflection of the girl. She doesn't quite have the chin kind of buckled up and kind of her shoulders up as Eleanor had. For better or worse, I don't know. I think it looks great. The one thing I think maybe underneath this elbow we could get a little bit more darkness, maybe a bit up in here, just an extra little shade of black, or a black that we mix ourselves, and even back in here. Easier said than done, of course, but pushing those value contrasts is always desirable, I think. 9 out of 10 times. Wow. Maria says, I think I draw someone else. The hardest was to draw her reflection as she is. Huh. This one, it looks like her eye is not looking in the mirror. It almost looks like she's looking past it. Do you see that? I think what we want to do, let me see how... I think it's because what we see here is it almost looks like the eye is like, because we can see the entire pupil and the iris around it, meaning it's almost sort of looking away. But if it was looking straight at the mirror, we would only see half of it. Like, right, so currently the eye is like that. I think what we want is the eye like that. Right, so now that is looking down here. This is looking kind of towards us, or at least past the original. Let's see if I can just show those side by side. All right, see how... Again, super minor little detail. I don't, again, it's one of those things where do I mind that kind of little bit of a difference, or does it add something to the painting? You know, it's those situations are literally like those Bob Ross happy accident moments where you create something you don't intend to, but does that mean that it's a mistake, that it's wrong, it's bad, that it needs to be fixed, right? Or does it mean you've created something kind of neat that, and I tend, personally, I prefer anything that tells us a story. I'd prefer, because I love stories, I think humans in general love stories, and anything that kind of suggests the possibility of extra complexity, strangeness, mystery draws us into an artwork, right? So, yeah, I think this painting is great for that. I'm sure that's, as I said, I'm sure someone's either has written or will write something about that. So this same sort of thing here, Paula, that eye is kind of, is not looking directly in the mirror. It's sort of almost looking, you know, kind of out to the side, right? Like if I... So it's, her eyes are kind of, right? As opposed to if I'm looking straight ahead, you know, you can see the white behind this here, and then it's just sort of like the semicircle in the front of my face. Right, maybe I'm going to turn my head a little bit more. Right? Does that make sense? Okay. Feel kind of nutty doing that, but what else can I say here? These are so great, you guys. I'm so proud of everybody getting these achievements. Yeah, I mean, as well, we can see that this face, she looks kind of a little bit apprehensive, a little sad, like her chin is sort of going back. And then here she's almost got a smile, and those eyebrows are curved, right? So it's just about trying to find that congruency or amplifying the disjointedness of those things. Either one is fine. It's just being mindful of that. And I'm sure probably some of you are like, yeah, I was totally noticing those things, but I don't know how to fix it. So if... how would... Okay. I think a big part of that is something that needs to be fixed on the initial drawing. That once you've sort of got your drawing established, changing that becomes more and more difficult, which is why I encourage you to do the free drawing course that I have here on YouTube, right? Learning a little bit more about drawing helps every painter. It's one of the reasons why, you know, when I first started teaching our painting classes, I would, each episode we would draw the painting out from scratch onto a canvas, and then we would paint it. And then I realized that first of all, took, you know, 30, 40 minutes at the beginning of each episode. And then if people weren't happy with the drawing, no matter how successful the painting, the application of paint was over top of that drawing, people just would not be happy. Right? So I was like, okay, well, what if we use outlines? And then we can get the drawing done as quickly as possible. We all start at the exact same place, and now we can really just focus on mixing colors and applying paint onto the painting. And if people want to learn how to draw, they can take the drawing course, but we can really just focus on painting. So that would be the first thing, is seeing if you can see those issues when it comes to the drawing to begin with. And again, I'm just saying, if what we're seeing in all these paintings and that slight little discrepancy with her face in the mirror and her face as it is aren't matching up, if that's important for you that they do match. The next thing I would think about would be to just, again, look at the kind of the expression on the face. Look at the kind of the curving of like the eyebrows, how open or closed the eyes are, or the lips, like say, are the outer edges of the lips, are they raised? Do we have a kind of smile? And if not, then we shouldn't have a smile on her, right? So how are, because if, let's say, so anyway, I'm saying, like, Maria, you've done a good job here. But let's say if one was smiling and one wasn't, did somebody have something like that? I think, so this one's was done pretty well. I think you did a pretty good job here, Judy. Eleanor. Yeah, so here another way that I can sort of tell that is, you can see, like, we can see a little bit of the underside, the nostrils of this girl in the mirror, and yet when we look at her face here, her nose is kind of pointed a little bit further down, as a, you know, just that little bit of paint, like if there was a little bit more paint kind of pushing that nose up a little bit, I think, so again, It's the difference between, let's bring these. You know, it's the difference between this nose like this versus it being a little bit pointed up. That way we can see those nostrils, right? So because if it's pointed a little bit further down, then it tells us that the face, again, let me see. All right, so the difference between, if I look up, you can see into my nostrils, versus when I look down, somebody looking in. So if I turn this way, if I'm looking kind of down, where am I here? So if I'm looking kind of down, you really don't really see my nostrils at all. But if I look up, now you can see in the nostrils. So in the painting, we see that she's sort of looking straight on like that. But in the original, she's got her neck tucked down. So that's again, those are super, super subtle differences. And we're talking about one of the great artworks by one of the greatest human beings to ever live. And so, yeah, a painting like that can really challenge us. And I'm not trying to be overly critical, but I do think, you know, often what people are tuning in for right now is a little bit of that feedback to try to make them a little bit better, because they're maybe not, there's something they're not super happy with, and how do we make it even better? And again, I'm super nitpicking here because overall this painting is excellent. Like the way that the folds up here are done and the darker values, like I was suggesting other people do, you've just hit home run after home run after home run. Like the bow, all of these is like absolutely excellent. So overall, like 99 out of 100, nearly perfect. It's just that little bit of a difference, which as I said before, I think actually adds to the painting rather than takes away from it. Paul says, sure, I'll go in your drawing classes. Lazy me. I don't think you're not lazy. There's a lot of stuff people could do, but if you're looking for more stuff to do, Paula, you can do the drawing classes. Okay, I think we'll look at one more artist, and then we're going to look at your artwork, the artwork that you've created on your own. And then we'll do another one of these episodes in a few weeks, because we're looking at art that you guys made back in April. This is our April Fool's Day painting, and it's mid-December right now, so we're a little bit behind. But you know, a couple of the artworks that we just looked at were things that people posted just this week here on the Facebook groups. That's why I always like, it's always like, yeah, I want to give feedback, but then people are constantly new people joining the class and uploading things, so it is always nice to kind of see them all together at once. Like, for instance, like some of the paintings that we looked at, you know, maybe a year ago, there's now like 40 or 50 new versions that have come in ever since. So anyway, here's our famous Kramer painting by Larry Salk that was used in an episode of Seinfeld. And this is actually a very popular painting. It's a very popular print that people have gotten made. So I thought it would be kind of a very fun painting for us to make on April Fools, because I couldn't even find an image of the original artist, Larry Salk. So I just used a picture of George Costanza, or Jason Alexander, sorry, as a stand-in for the artist himself. And this, of course, being Michael Richards, the actor who portrayed Kramer. So we have Greg's version. What's the difference between these? Is that just the... Oh, this looks like an earlier step in the final version of Paula's. One's out of focus, right? Is that the difference? This one also, this one's got some lines, those highlights. And Rachel, great, okay. Oh, and interesting, Rachel put these collage down there at the bottom. I can't do hands, so I collaged over them from the seed catalog. You know, that's so funny because I've got my students at Emily Carr, the university I teach at. This is something I see all the time. Students generally hate drawing feet and hands, and so every time I see that when they create characters or illustrate people that either don't have feet or hands, or they're standing in tall grass holding shields, or they have mittens on. I've seen it all because people want to avoid doing them. So I could very well see other people doing this painting but just cropping right in on the head and skipping the hands altogether. Having said that, practicing those will give you a lot more confidence and help you master hands. I did at least 2 episodes in the drawing course on hands, and there's lots of very positive feedback about those episodes here on YouTube, so you can go watch those episodes, because wouldn't it be so much, what a sense of accomplishment it would give if you could do this painting again and actually do those hands and not feel quite so you know, bummed about it that you ended up having to collage literally right over top of them to hide them. But overall, I think you've done an excellent job with this painting. This is not an easy painting to do either, right? The face is really tricky. And I think you've done an admirable job of getting it started. One thing here is it does sort of look like he's got a beard, as opposed to just this sort of 5 o'clock shadow, kind of very, like, so for instance, yeah, so here's Greg's version. Let's look at Greg's finished version here. So you can see he's done a really great job of darkening the face, but it doesn't look like he's got a beard or facial hair. It just looks like he's got his, you know, it's just darker, very like light little stubble or whatever in there. So a few things too, that probably, you know, we have that imprimatura, that warm yellow that's imbues this whole painting with warmth, and that's great, and we want to keep using that. I think that we want to use over top of that maybe just a little bit less yellow in our skin tone, because the yellow underneath is sort of coming through. Like, what would be, I guess it's sort of like if you are making a hamburger and you want to put mustard on it, but you're also going to put like some sort of mustard mayonnaise dressing, Thousand Island or something that has mustard in it. So if in that case, because you're definitely going to put some mustard base, then you maybe put a little bit less mustard in the mixture that goes over top. Otherwise, your whole sandwich is going to be very mustardy. Does that analogy make sense? So, again, that's, I mean, I'm making it sound very easy, like just making a sandwich. It's certainly not like that. I think you've just tackling this painting, trying to do it, makes me super proud of you, right? Going and doing something that does not come easy to you is I think something you should celebrate. I think ways that might make this a little bit less facial hair would be to have this as a bit more of a gray. Not that people can't have like gray beard, but especially if his hair gets a little bit darker, and I think it should get a little bit more black, that this would then appear more like just skin. And so I think we need a little bit more red in this, like a little bit more of a peachier color, as opposed to this is a bit more of a Dijon mustardy color, right? And it's because we're lacking a little bit more warmth in there. But I think, you know, ultimately it's working. This, I think, is really what we're looking at is just, it's just not done, is what I would say. That we're sort of looking at the painting maybe 50% finished, that face, and if we put 50% more into it, it would look amazing. Because look at what you've been able to do with the jacket and the folds on here. That's exceptional, right? This is really exceptional down here. I am interested to see how those hands turned out. They're probably not as bad as you think they are. Paula's version here, I think, is great. You've done a great job with the body, with these arms, and I love that you tackled those hands despite how difficult they are. The one thing I would say is what we need is just the hair to be even bigger, because that's a big component of this character, is the kind of big, wild hair that comes way up. And I think we could also I think you've done a pretty good job darkening the chin. But you know, let's say if we look back at the way Greg did it, you could see that Kramer's got some pretty defined lines on his face, like wrinkles and kind of the way that these kind of jowls form. So you've actually done a very good job of making him look more youthful and handsome, arguably, than the original version of the painting. This is sort of him when he's like 19 years old, and this is the same actor or character when he's like in his late 30s. Right? So you've kind of done a little bit of de-aging, I think. Okay. So let's move on and take a look at all the artworks that you guys have created. I'm just going to move that here while I recreate this. Okay. Where should we start? Huh. Oddly enough, everything's got jumbled somehow, but... Huh. Well, where are we? I'm not sure how this computer made the decision to organize things the way that it's done, but we will see. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be looking at first some artworks that were uploaded directly to the Instagram page, which I don't check very often. So if you're, I sometimes see a lot of messages and things in the Instagram. I'm rarely on Instagram these days, so I apologize. I know a lot of people who are taking my drawing class send things to the Instagram because 2.5 years ago I was saying upload your drawings to Instagram and Facebook and all these different places, and then I stopped saying that. So I still get a lot of things appearing on the Instagram. Either way, here's John's version. So we're going to look at a lot of well, not a lot, about 5 or 6 drawings to get started here. People who are in the drawing course as we speak. So here's John's version of a hummingbird. That is great. Wow. Excellent job. Especially, like, I love the highlight on that eye. That little reflection gives it that shiny, glossy quality that we would expect an eye to have. I love the wing. I love how the wing folds up there. Wow. The one area that seems a little bit odd to me are these feet, the claws. And I'd have to look at the original image that this is from, but I feel like there would be more muscles, or like there'd be something else here, because right now it just looks like we've got this torso and then these two little claws jutting out of it. So, and that might be the way that it actually looked in the photograph. And I say this all the time, sometimes you got to do it wrong to make it look right. So sometimes you might say, like, well, that's exactly what it looked like in the photograph. And it's like, okay, sure, but my instinct might have been to put one of these feet claws kind of out here, and then to kind of clarify what's going on in here, because this looks more like a ship anchor. The other thing I would do is probably shade up here, because it looks like a little bit flat on this edge. And so I think we just need to create more of a volume coming around here. Because it looks like we've got our highlight, the light is kind of coming straight on, which explains why we've got this sort of highlight here and here. So I think we could get darker there. Again, I'm nitpicking, but so here's Livoti, also from the Instagram, the drawing class. I think it looks great. Here's the Joker from the Christopher Nolan films. I think you've done a great job on this. This is excellent. You know, what works really well is how dark these eyes are. It gives it that real sense of menace. This is a super villain. A little thing that I'm noticing, it looks like this cheek looks a little bit swollen. So it's just a little bit asymmetrical, and that's really difficult to get correct, but it is something I noticed. The other thing I think that would benefit is a little bit of a highlight, a little bit of white on this eye, because we've got one here. I think we need one here as well, because it's odd for only one eye to have a highlight. We kind of want that other highlight, because that light is coming from the right, so it should definitely be here. Sometimes there's not always a highlight on both eyes, but just the way that you've drawn the one on this here, we need one. And again, like I was saying with the bird that John did just moments ago, is that the highlight tells us the eye is wet, right? That it's shiny and glossy. It's made of a different material than the skin or the feathers in the bird's case, right? Or the fabric, right? It's a real subtle thing that artists do, but it pays off every time. The clothing is fantastic. I love the way you did the collar on the shirt. The hair is great too. I think we could even darken a few places in the hair. You know, we would expect as it builds up and there's volume that a few places are going to get a little bit darker. But really well done. I'm, again, nitpicking. Here's Livoti as well. I love this monkey. Whoa. You've done a great job with those highlights. I think we could even darken that pupil in a little bit more. I think we could darken in the mouth a little bit more and the nostrils, because adding those darker values are going to make the face really pop. Because if we've got the white of the paper exists as a highlight, right? So we need to create a value contrast between white and what? Gray? Ideally, if we go all the way down to black, then we're going to create a great deal of space. We don't have a lot of it. We have probably more so than a lot of people, but we could always push it, make it darker and darker. Otherwise, I think fantastic with the way it's drawn. Maybe even a little bit. It could get a little bit more, a little darker on the sides, potentially. Anyway, looks great. Either way, wow, that is great. I love this photograph too. I love how you've put it up against the window and you got it kind of glowing like this, because the flower itself is kind of glowing. So it looks like we've got this rose, and then we've got, is that Scarlett Johansson, the actress? who was in Girl with a Pearl Earring, amongst lots of other movies. Art School Confidential, which is also a great movie. I think you've done a great job. I like these. It is a little bit, it's probably just a sketchbook drawing, but I think, what could you put into this empty space down here? Like, I could see another face, a smaller face, an animal, maybe two animals here, like a dog and a cat, or who knows? Like, what are we looking at? Is this the Earth? Is that the circumference of the Earth and countries or tectonic plates or something? I don't know. I think it's kind of neat the way that you use the eraser to create this cross hatching. That is kind of something I don't see very often, so I love that. I think that's pretty cool. And one more by this artist. Now this is awesome. And I think this is the last one that you sent me. So that makes me really excited that as you're going, drawings are getting better and better and better. I think that's what we all hope for. It doesn't always go that way. Myself, some of these paintings I finish and I'm just like, wow, that's incredible. This is one of my favorite paintings I've ever done. And then the next class, at the end, it's like, oh, how? Oh my goodness, where anyway. So it's not always a direct line as we grow and improve. Sometimes it's 2 steps forward, 5 steps back, and then 10 steps forward and 1 step. So it's sort of, it's not always, it doesn't go in a nice clean upward trajectory as I think we'd all like and hope it would do. But looking at these all together, this being the most recent one you sent me, I think this is really exciting. You can see the value of strong value contrasts here, right? Like these dark lines of this snake, the dark outlines in the eyes, the fingernails, this pattern design on the what would you call that? What kind of ball? I don't know what that is. It's it's maybe the what do they call those things? Like some sort of truth orb or future time traveling, all-seeing device of some kind. It just is so effective, especially because you've got a lot of this blank white paper. So you need that black there. Otherwise, it just looks a little bit less real or something. There's something about that black adds solidity to things. Great job. This is my favorite drawing of the ones that you included here. Great work. Okay, next let's take a look at some artwork by Lolly. I don't think did I look at some of these before? Maybe. I don't know if they were included in the last episode, but finally we get to celebrate some of Lolly's artwork here. Here's the Magritte painting. An excellent job, Lolly. Wow. That is really cool. Very well done. This rendering on the pipe. Beautiful. Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. I think this is perfectly done. Your version of this Picasso, the Harlequin and Acrobat, I think it's called, is super well done. Yeah, what could I add? I don't think there's anything I can say about that. That's great. In fact, I love the way that the building in the background's painted. I think in the way that Picasso painted it, it's a little bit sort of ambiguous and a little bit less defined, as if it's sort of like dream-like something in the background, versus the way that you've painted it almost has a bit more of a more fantastical alien or sandcastle kind of quality, because you've kind of given them a little bit more definition than I think are in the original. That little brushstroke there, I don't think it needs to be there. That little white because I know what you're doing, because that's a lot like what Picasso did. He kept the whole thing very ambiguous and just had a few lines like that. I think in this case we don't really need it. Not a big deal. I think you can keep it for sure, but just thinking out loud here. So Lolly might have gone to bed because it's like 2 in the morning in England right now. But I'm sure she'll come back and check it out later. This is Lolly's version of Michelangelo's painting here, the very famous. We did this in class earlier this year. Very well done. In fact, this might be one of the better ones that we've seen. I like that, you know, it's interesting the way that you did the background, because if you remember, the originals kind of got all these cracks. Well, there's not only cracks on the ceiling that appear there, but there is sort of like these shapes of like clouds and things. And I like that Lolly's kind of removed them. It just makes it looks a little bit more clean and like it's the restored version. I love this kind of discoloration, I guess, in the background, which is in the original. But it just adds, like, let's say, because some people would just do this and have one solid color without any kind of variation whatsoever. And I think that little bit of nuanced changes in values really just imbue it with a little bit, maybe it looks a little bit more like atmosphere, right? Like just different areas in the sky, lighter and darker. Marie says, is it a bit out of focus? Might be a little bit out of focus. Here's another one by Lolly. Wow, this is great. So I think you've done an excellent job on this one. Oops, where did I go? I think everything here is working really, really well. The one area that I think, and this looks like you might have kind of struggled with this area, is that hand. And I just have to kind of think how... So it looks like, so it's this thumb, I think, is the issue, because it looks like you've got the hand turned like that, which is actually is pretty awkward. Whereas I think it might benefit even from being like that, just kind of hanging down loose. So all of those are kind of, I would probably even draw it like that, where you've got some of these hands up top and just the thumb kind of much darker hanging back there. Does that make sense? Because right now it's kind of, it's very awkward out that way. I mean, again, I'm nitpicking here, but the rest of this painting is so well done. Like the skin tones on here, right? She looks like she's been, you know, she's got a really nice tan, right? It's that really nice kind of bronzed quality underneath her chin here. I mean, this is maybe a little bit harsh of a, you know, of a line on the jaw, but I think it kind of works too. It has a little bit of like the Alex Katz kind of quality, the way that he drew people. Alex Katz is I think one of the great living artists today. He's in his 90s. An American artist who was one of the, we did a painting of his several years ago. It's the one of the bathers. It's a woman wearing like a green bathing cap. But this is something right out of his textbook here, and the parasols or whatever in the background are really well done. Wow, that's great too. Huh, here's another one by Lolly. I love the colors. I love the use of this pink on the what do you call that? The lounge chair. The way that she's holding her skirt so it doesn't get wet. it is odd that her face is totally obscured. Or it's not odd, but it does look like she's not even looking down, that she's turning away, right? It looks sort of like her head is turned like that we're seeing the back of her head rather than the front of her head with the hair coming down like that. Because, you know, this looks like hair that's coming right up from the front and just sort of hanging down. As opposed to, let's say, if we had bangs that were, or like part of this side of the hair that's coming down. I think it's just, would be observing that a little bit more closely. I don't mind that she's looking away. I guess the thing, if she's going to look backwards into space, well, then what is she looking at? I think we should have, you know, mountains or palm trees, a sunset, or the ocean, a building, or somebody waving. There should be something there. If she's going to look in that direction, in terms of, like, if we think of, like, or at least the way that I like to think of art, like stories, and you have someone deliberately looking in a direction, we as a viewer kind of want to see where that is. Now, if someone's looking off, like if I'm looking out this way and you can't see what I'm looking at, that's fine, right? Because I'm looking off the canvas and that could be way away. But if I'm looking right down onto the table, right, then, and yet I don't paint anything here, then I'm deliberately drawing attention to this space, but there's nothing there. So it's just, again, it's not a big deal because I think everything else here is going really well. I would also, when it comes to this foot, I'm assuming this looks like this leg is in, well, now actually, I was going to say, it is a little, there's a confusion between which leg is in front. I was going to say this leg that's bent is the one that's closest to us, because that looks like the inner, like the arch of that foot. But when we get up here and I start looking at it, it almost looks like that's this fold of this leg, and that this leg is in fact closer to us. So this is one of the things I talk about in my drawing class. I think when we're drawing animals, on the animal episode, but just a long story short, as an artist, I think we want to try to add clarity in our artworks. It's like we want to make the experience of the viewer, rather than sort of looking at it and thinking, I'm being confused, we want them to be enwrapped with mystery, right? So, but that kind of thing is not, I don't think, mysterious. It's a confusion, right? So what we want to do is we want to make it relatively obvious for the person looking at it what is happening, which leg is in front, right? So a few ways we can do that. The easiest one is just putting one thing in front of the other. So like what I might have done is, let's say, had one foot slightly obscured by the other. So whether this toe from this leg comes in front of this foot, or this part of the ball of the feet obscures the toe behind, just putting one little thing in front of the other immediately. So, you know, I put this hand a little bit in behind the other, it's very clear which one is in front, right? So like when they're kind of like this and they're right side by side, it gets a little confusing. And then with this fold here, so if this leg is in fact in front, I think we want to have that fold kind of going right up towards her butt, right? And again, this could be directly from a photograph, and all the things I'm saying, you could say, well, I could show you the photograph. This is exactly what the photograph looks like. It literally is a perfect reproduction, and it's like, that's great. But unless the original photograph is going to be hanging right next to the finished artwork, we need to sometimes do things wrong that aren't like that in the photograph to make it look right as a painting, right? Because we will accept a lot of weirdness when we look at a photograph, because we're just like, well, that's quote unquote reality. Yeah, if it looks a little bit awkward, that's fine, but we know that, or we assume that that's just the way it was, and that's just kind of an awkward, weird angle we're looking at. Versus a painting, if it's done that way, we feel like, well, the painter did that deliberately like that, and yet it still there's a little bit of confusion as to what's going on there. Well, we need to kind of clarify that. So again, just a little bit nitpicking, but it's those things that I think are really helpful when we're making our own artwork. Is if we see something and we as artists are like, I'm not really sure, then the viewer is really not going to be sure. I also think maybe her legs need to be longer. Essentially, from the knee to the heel is about 2 heads long, or 1.5 at least. And this looks like, that's from the knee to here, that's about a head long. So it needs to be at least, that heel needs to be at least that long. And this, same thing with this leg, right? That's 1 head length compared to at least what you've painted up there. So that other foot, I think, should be down here. So both of these feet, I think, should come down to about that, or I don't know if you can see that on the screen. Oops. I think they should be coming much closer down to the bottom of the page. And I think that would also alleviate some problems. So, great work. Great work, Lolly. I don't mean to kind of poke a holes bunch in those things, but like a lot of other things are working very, very well here. So it's just once we learn those things, then the next paintings just get better and better and better. Awesome. Okay, we're going to move on here to another person taking the drawing class. This is Lucy, maybe. This is great. They included 2 drawings. I might have talked about this last class, though. This dog, which I think is excellent. This is also in the drawing class. We do this dog. It is a little bit different than what we did, than the version we did in there, but I like the changes you've made. I think that's really, really effective. This portrait I think is great as well. The one thing is that the eyes look a little bit creepy because there's the eye. First of all, the pupils are really small. So the pupils are that small. It tells us that there's a lot of light, right? It tells us we're sort of looking into the sun or into headlights, right? Because otherwise, if the less light there is, the more the pupils expand. The brighter it is, their pupils get smaller, right? So what you're doing is you're telling us that it's really, really bright in this environment. So which is fine, that's fine, but then it might tell us that we would probably have a lot less shadows on the face, or that the shadows that are there would be really strong, like in a flash of a camera. So we might see a really dark shadow underneath the chin, underneath the nose, which we do have. I mean, it's possible that you've got the light kind of coming from a little bit above, but if so, because look at your jaw or the cheekbones, right? If they're going to be that dark under here, then I think the shadow on the nose is going to be darker. Like so the shadow under here would be kind of more of like, would probably come down maybe even on the lips. This top lip would also be very dark, right? Because like most of the light is going to come, if it's coming down from above, in almost every case anyway, under this lip here, especially as it gets close to the opening of the mouth, is going to be just black. And then underneath this, the bottom lip, it's going to be quite dark as well. So there's a few things in terms of shadows that are missing there. I also think that the iris, unless this person's wearing like white contact lenses, we need something in here to kind of darken that. Otherwise it looks a little bit kind of creepy, right? And I think I was doing this right before the class began, so I don't know what you wrote about this drawing, but why it wasn't working for you, but those would be the first things off the top of my head. But overall, I think, you know, you're doing a really good job with shading and adding value. So, well done. Okay, let's move on here. What am I looking at here? Is that a boat? I'm not Ravi says, I have this painting which was a nightmare for me. It was done on a wooden panel with Home Depot acrylic paint. Well, it's not clear to me. I think it was uploaded this way. Does that make any more sense? So maybe it's an abstraction? Maybe if anybody else knows what we're looking at. But I don't... So it's hard for me to know why it's such a nightmare. What is wrong with it? Right? Like, what if... So I don't know how to help here. I mean, I like that there's this exposed wood texture of the panel that's painted on there. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you, Ravi. I love you were making these tiny little paintings on long strips of wood and then nailing them to like your fence in your backyard, and that is super cool. I thought that was such an interesting, creative way to turn your backyard into like an exhibition space. So keep on going with those. I think there's a lot of potential here for you to really develop this kind of thing, and you could sell them to friends and family. You could set up a little stall. I love how they're kind of... I just would think, like, what would be the ideal use for these? There's something about, like, those long pieces of wood and then painting landscapes on them, I think works really well, because the landscape tends to kind of go... I mean, there's lots of sky and can go upwards endlessly, but we tend to think of landscapes in a horizontal kind of format. So I could see them being like really, like as you nailed them onto like your fence and you kind of had them sort of sitting on those vertical or horizontal beams, is really effective. So I'm glad that you're continuing along that line. Let's look at Amy's here. I found this group because I wanted to paint my friend's favorite painting as a gift for Christmas. This is my first painting and I'm happy with it. That is awesome, Amy. I'm so excited. I think it looks great, and I think your friend is going to be very excited to receive this painting from you for Christmas. This, of course, is our based on Vincent van Gogh's, I think, skull with a cigarette. I'm trying to remember what it's called. We did this painting for Halloween last year, so it's a great painting. It is, the area underneath the like the shoulder is a little bit in Van Gogh's original painting is a little bit awkward. It's not totally well defined. I think this is probably... I remember when we did this episode, there's some dispute over, was this painting done when he was in art school, or did he do it afterwards? Did he paint it in art school and then years later add the cigarette to it? These are all things we don't really know, obviously. But I think you've done an admirable job here, and as I said, I think your friend's going to be really happy. The one thing I would say is potentially we could darken put a little bit more black. Like you've got this big dark black in the background, and that works for this painting. But remember, black wants to come right up. Like if we think of a painting as a window, black is like a bug on the window, right? And so anytime we use black in its pure form, it sticks right onto the window. So that's why I'm always encouraging people to mix their own black, because if you mix your own black, as we do almost in every single episode, you'll never get a dark black. And that way you can always reserve black coming right out of the tube as sort of like, you know, a fire extinguisher. You only when necessary, and when you're using it, you're putting it only right in its pure form, right on the, you know, the things closest to us. So in this case, because you've used that black in the background, I would add a little bit more into the foreground so that the foreground isn't competing with the background for the foreground space as the way our eyes perceive it. So I would put a little bit of black into these areas in its pure form, some black right in there, a little bit in there. You've got a bit actually in there, maybe a bit underneath the, a few things here. So I would just add a little bit of black in a few different places. I think that would also really improve the painting, give it a lot more depth, and also just give this face even more intensity. On the opposite side of things, I feel like the bone in the jaw is almost a little bit too white. I love this little bit of yellow that you've mixed in there, especially down here. So if that's so bright as a highlight, I think we would also see a little bit more highlight on the bone around the eye down here, maybe on the top ridge of the nose, on the chin, you know, this area here, you know, your cheekbone. I think we would see a little bit more of that. And if we're going to use that white, then I think we need a little bit more white down here on just a few of those bones. Otherwise, you could just take a little bit more of that yellow and just tamper that white down just a little bit. Okay, Carolyn's got a few painting, or I thought there was another one. Oh, I might have moved it to a future episode because it's a painting we just finished. Here's my chicken. I collect chickens. It was done on cheap wood from, of all places, Dollarama. Hey, there's nothing wrong with using materials from Dollarama. I've used many of their canvases from Dollarama. It's what you do with those materials. You know, it's like they say in photography, and I've taught an entire photography course here on YouTube, and you can watch that for free as well. If you don't want to do the drawing class or the painting class, you can take some photography. But in photography, you often talk like the best camera is the camera you have, right? That because sometimes people go and spend $20,000 on a really expensive camera, and it doesn't really improve their photography at all, right? So a really good painter can make, you know, really average at best paint materials really shine, right? Versus, you know, somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing can spend thousands of dollars on really the most expensive paint ever. It's not going to make the painting any better, right? So I think you've done a great job here. The use of colors, the contrast of, you know, you have, that's nice that this really intense green, and then you've got these yellows and blues and purples and reds and oranges, I think is very effective here. Paula asks, can we add some white into the black and make it into a gray-black looking? Maybe you were talking about the skeleton here. I mean, are you saying could we add gray into the background, perhaps? You could, or maybe you're talking about this jaw. You could make that a little bit more gray. I think it is nice to have a little bit of color. Again, that's another reason why I say mix your own black, because at the very least you're going to get some color in your grays. I mean, if you get the ratios perfect between warm red, cool yellow, and cool blue, then you will get a so-called pure neutral gray. But even when I'm doing it, it's always a little bit more purpley, a little bit more green, a little bit more brown, etc. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a great thing. I mean, that's certainly what the Impressionists would say. Here's that Data says, I painted it after watching your tutorial. Awesome. I think you did a great job here. Wow, excellent. What could I say? I feel like we're missing a little bit of this other eye, the child's eye that's slightly obscured by the nose. Not a big deal, but since you've done such a great job elsewhere, I think we just need a little bit of a hint, like eyelash here. There might be a little bit more of that nose around the nostril. Otherwise, absolutely excellent. I think, there's the hair takes some time to do. I think you've done a pretty good job. There are a few places where the hair looks like it got a little bit exhausted and you started to kind of get a little bit sloppy. Doesn't surprise. I mean, hey, I do the same thing myself sometimes, especially at the end of an episode, like, when I did this one here of the painting we just did on Thursday of last week. I spent all this time, like 3 hours, on all these other details, and then the last areas I'm doing these trees, and I'm just like, I gotta wrap up. So, I could have done the branches on those trees a little bit better, but I was just like, I gotta run up and cut some corners, and then of course it's like the last thing on there, so it's like the most obvious thing. It kind of undermines all the work that I did elsewhere. But I will say that's when we're talking about your painting, it's very minor, and because there's so many lines, the ones that are maybe less effectively painted, you really have to be looking at it carefully, as I'm doing, to really even notice that. Because I mean, the way that you've painted the face, especially the mother, and her arm, her shoulder, and everything is incredible. Like, really well done. So it's just one of those things just to kind of be mindful of, though. Sometimes it might be better just take a little bit of a break, come back the next day when you feel refreshed. Okay. So here's Deborah's. Wow, that's awesome, Deborah. I think one of the comments, you said somebody has encouraged, maybe it was Holly, encouraged you to transform everything into those little gnomes. So you've been going on a gnome kick for a little while. I think it looks great. John asks, is this Gustav Klimt inspired? It is, yes. It's from an episode we did at least 2 years ago. So you can see that in it's in before we started the Master Study series. So that's one. I think that's might have been one we drew, or it might have been one of the first ones we used a template for. I can't remember. But there are templates for all the paintings we've done, right? We've done 253 different painting episodes. So there's a few of them out there. So Deborah says, this is a different Christmas story. The good King Wenceslas, Richard called it the good King Gnomesius looking out on the feast of Stephen. That's awesome. I don't really, maybe those are biblical references that I don't get. I don't know. But it is pretty cool. I love the way that you've painted the trees in the background. Those kind of lozenge-like shapes of the snow on the trees. Especially because the trees are darker. You've painted them deliberately quite dark underneath. And then the white on top. Because they're dark, it looks like that's the interior of those trees, that it's dark, and the light is having a hard time penetrating down to that area. I think it works really well. I like the splatters in the sky, and it's very effective that maybe you did that before, or no, you do have some in the foreground, obviously, but that works really well. Maybe there should be some splatters in front of the moon there as well. Because that's snow that's falling, right? These are great. We're going to look at a few more of these little fellows that you created, and you're kind of starting to create like a whole little world of these people here. Deborah says, I did it again. I wanted to paint Halloween gnomes for my grandkids. These are fantastic. These are very funny. So, oh, that's the gnome's hat that's wrapped in gauze, like a mummy, right? Okay, I get it. I get it. It is funny. I don't know really enough about gnomes, but I think it's quite funny that, you know, like as Lolly's saying, I like that the nose is just poking through there. I don't know if that's typically how a lot of people draw gnomes, but I think that's a really fun innovation that you've created for these figures. I think it's really well painted. I like all of the details in the background, the candles melting on these gravestones. The trees are very, you know, fantastical, Dr. Seuss-like. I think that's very cool. Yeah, I don't have anything to add really here, I suppose. I mean, I guess it feels kind of silly to talk about this when we're talking about like these kind of cartoony characters. But, you know, if you do have the moon in the far background, right, then the figures, as they're standing with their backs to the moon, we would expect them to be probably more silhouetted, right? So we might expect them to be darker, and this just maybe a kind of an outline, a highlight around them. So that could be done with like a glaze. We could darken them down, because you have these shadows being cast by their bodies in front of them. So then why are they so well illuminated? I know it's like, Michael, this is clearly takes place in a different dimension where, you know, we have gnomes that have come to life. Obviously, but you know, it is worth considering having like an internal logic within your painting. You know, it's perhaps if we wanted to illuminate them more, we might have some candles in front or something, or just remove the shadow that's giving it that. That is so prominent, I suppose, right? I don't know, just something, again, I could be completely crazy just trying to make the world of gnomes logical. Okay, my first gnome watercolor, Deborah says. That's great. What could I say here? I don't know. That's pretty funny. I think maybe we could do a little bit more detail on the beard, but otherwise I think it looks great. This guy's awesome. My first commissioned work as a gift for a friend who's also a financial advisor. I painted an Austrian gnome. What could I say here? I think everything's working really well. I think one thing I would say is that, you know, you've got all of this black outlining on the gnome. It might, because I think the next picture is you giving this to him, right? He's probably like, oh, that's so cool receiving this from you. Definitely. He's probably like, wow, that is wild. So I think what I would say, though, is perhaps in the future, thinking about maybe outlining a little bit of the elements in the foreground, like maybe these posts. And then as they go further back, there's less and less to no outlining at all. In order to kind of integrate the space that the gnome is in with the gnome itself. Maybe there's a shadow. It looks like maybe that's a bit of a shadow coming off there. It's the whole thing is very evenly illuminated, but I think we want something to make it look like he is on the ground, like that the shadow is attached to his body, so that he's not just floating or jumping, but he's locked onto that space. But I think it looks great. They're very funny, and I could see you doing a lot of these and them being very popular. Here's an... for Halloween, I painted a portrait of Harry Potter's Hedwig owl. That looks great. That's cool. I think it's fantastic. I love this kind of snow owl. I don't... What else could I say about this? I think I gotta turn my heater on. That's one thing I'm gonna do, because I'm getting cold in my studio. Usually at this time of year I'm wearing a sweater, but I got this new shirt on, and it is warm, but it's not warm enough. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty good. It's interesting, these two chestnuts that are side by side like that. They're so evenly positioned that it makes me think, is that symbolic for some reason in the Harry Potter world? I don't know. The other thing I look at is I see this sort of horizon line on the right, but as I come across, it disappears. So either I would say that we should have that horizon line continue across the entire painting, or it shouldn't be there at all. And maybe it was painted to fix something with the wing. I'm not sure. But, because we see, it looks like there's more grass down here. So on this side, the horizon line disappears behind the pumpkin, and then it comes up. So it's like, so if in that sense, if that was really important, I would curve that to make it look like the hill is going to dive down or something. Let's see. Here's another. This is excellent. Here's Deborah's version of North Shore, Lake Superior by Lauren Harris. This is maybe one of the most famous Lauren Harris paintings. I love this painting as well. I thought it might be a little bit too difficult and time-consuming for us to do, which is why we didn't do that. I chose a different painting altogether to celebrate this artist. But you've done a great job. The light that's radiating from the top left is really well done. Yeah, I can't... the only thing I would say is, you know, when Lauren Harris is painting these paintings, one of the qualities of these paintings that makes them so unique is the smoothness of the volumes, that they appear I was gonna say cartoony. It's not cartoony. It's just that they don't appear very real. They appear strange and mythical in some way. Like everything is very smooth and round, and here you've done a great job. It's just that it's painted in a slightly different way that's a little bit more maybe expressive, and I don't mind it. It's just different. But if you're trying to go for that Lauren Harris look, I think we'd want to have, you know, even more subtle gradations of value and smoothing all these things out, which is very hard to do with acrylic paint, for sure. With oil paint, very easy to do. With acrylic, much more difficult. You'd have to use like slow dry medium paint with much thicker paint so that it stays wet longer, so you can blend it. Not easy to do, which is again why this is one reason why I did not choose this painting, because it is, despite the fact how gorgeous it is and yet how simple it might appear, I instinctively, when I saw it, I'm like, wow, I would love to do that one, but I bet you not a lot of people could pull it off. It's pretty tricky. So I applaud you for going out there and trying to tackle this most difficult of difficult paintings, of deceptively difficult paintings. Interesting. So John, has a different. Maybe it was about this here. John says, "I love the way the way you did the outline. I enjoyed the way the gnome looked as he was going to jump out of the frame." Yeah, I mean that. If we think of like the way cartoons are done, like Roadrunner and Bugs Bunny, often the backgrounds lack any black whatsoever, and the characters have black, so that there's a distinct difference between the characters and the backgrounds that they're moving in front of. I think that's done deliberately to make animation as easily interpreted by the audience. It makes things more easily recognizable. That it's another way of removing any confusion whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, in terms of like the cartooning world, and particularly animation world, this is bang on, no problem whatsoever. But I'm just sort of pointing out that there might be different ways to think about that. And if you're happy with it, by all means continue with it. If not, then ignore it, right? It's because as a teacher, I'm not necessarily sure whatever people's intent is, right? So I think like, okay, well, it could be, if someone's intending to do this and they're not happy with it, then this is my advice, is how we could make it go more like this. But if this is not what's intended, and it's like, okay, well, these are the two options, right? Okay. Okay, so like my clock says I'm still at 55 minutes into the video, but it's been at 55 for a while. Then I look, okay, we're like 2.5 hours in. Okay, good. Okay, we still got a ways to go here, so you'll forgive me if I go a little bit faster looking at each person's work, but I want to get through everyone. So strap in. We'll be here for a little while, folks, and I'm happy to do so. Let's look here at Deborah's here. This flower, I love this. That's cool. I like the kind of slightly muted. Is this watercolor? Yeah, it's okay. So it's another watercolor attempt. So the colors don't quite have maybe the intensity of like an acrylic paint, which we can get with a little bit more solidity. I like the kind of this spray that you've done in some of the other paintings. So, in this instance, we could push the values more and get darker and darker. Having said that, I don't feel like the intent of this is to make a realistic painting of flowers. And in that sense, maybe pushing the values, getting darker, isn't so important here. One thing I would say, and I think I've mentioned this before, is this like the signature. So this big dark DB in here, I don't mind, but my suggestion, however, would be to think about making this a little bit more subtle. Like, and I think years ago, or maybe a year ago, I was talking with Eleanor about that, and I think it made a huge difference in the way that she signs her paintings, and just making the signature just a little bit more subtle. Like, so I would probably be inclined to use this purple in here. Maybe the darkest purple, maybe not even quite. And I think that would integrate it better, because right now there's no paint, there's no blue like this anywhere in this painting, so it really jumps out at us. Which, if you're Picasso, you want your signature blah, shouting out so that everyone who buys it and looks at it knows it's a Picasso. But Picasso also was like had the biggest ego that has ever lived, right? And that's not necessarily the person I think we want to emulate, and for lots of different reasons. So I think a little bit more subtlety, a little more restraint on the signature there, I think would be good. Let's push forward here. Okay, so here's a great example of what to do, because you're literally doing it in the next painting we're looking at here. So that's great. So that signature there, I think, is much more well suited to this particular painting. It's basically the same blue that we see up here. Well done. This is great. So I'm assuming that this is a vase, right? Is that what this is? So what's a little bit odd is that this vase lacks the other side of the vase, right? So just as a... You know, you've got this vase, I think it's a vase, like that, and you know, you got your flowers coming out of it. But if it's curved like this, should we not see the other side of the vase? Right? Are we missing this and this? In which case that would be darker. It is, you know, it's possible that maybe another way to kind of quote unquote fix this is instead just raise that up like that, so that we're now seeing, it's like the difference between seeing, let me see, this cup. Let me put this back up. Let's see if you can see, because like we see here, we can, like, the flowers coming out, so now we see the back lip of this cup, versus, let's say if we tilted it up that way, now we don't see this back end, and that's fine. I think, is that okay. But you know, these are those like dried, what are those things? They're like dried flower bulbs or something. I've seen those many times, but I never really thought about them. But I think you've done a great job. They do feel kind of delicate. They feel like they're dried. They've lost the intensity of color. Molly says, I'm expecting a tea spillage any moment. There was a few moments there. Yeah, it's great. It does feel like this vase is weirdly undefined. And do I like that? I'm not sure. I'll have to... I feel like it could benefit without it even being there at all. Or it needs to be defined. Like, I feel like... Ah! How do I get that marquee tool? Like, if I mean, not that I think you should crop the painting like that, but just kind of showing that maybe the vase is not so important, that we could have those stems coming and not really attach to anything. Okay, let me just hide this. I want to hide the... There we go. Chinese lanterns, that's what they're called. Cool. Oh, this is definitely Carolyn's, but I've somehow got mixed up with Deborah's, so my apologies, Carolyn. Here's Carolyn's Marilyn Monroe. I think I might have, this might have been Carolyn made a comment on an image by Deborah. That's how it got up here like this, mixed in. Wow, that is great. It's interesting, those kind of circles in the background, how they appear like out of focus lights or something, like out of focus Christmas lights. I think it looks great. Does it look exactly like Marilyn Monroe? Not quite, But, you know, you've got the famous mole there, and the hair, and the big eyelashes, big lips, you know, are all kind of telltale signs. I think there could be just a little bit more shadow around in her hair, which would frame her face a little bit. But I don't mind it as it is right now. I think it's kind of cool. So, again, that's one of those things. It's like, well, maybe it's not quite perfect, but does it need to be perfect? I don't know. Okay. So we're moving on to Eleanor. Wow, that is wild. Okay, so you could see, remember, yeah, it was Eleanor I talked about. So Eleanor signed it on the bottom. On the photograph, it looks so subtle, maybe almost too subtle. But I bet you in person it's a little bit more visible. I think this is fantastic, Eleanor. That is really cool. What's really nice here is a really effective use of contrast. And everything is actually quite dark, right? We've got black, and then the petals of the flowers are also mostly very dark, except this kind of red outline. And then in just a few places, we've got that light, the highlights, the white kind of popping off, right? And that is really gorgeous. This is a really nice painting. You've been just getting better and better and better and better so quickly, Eleanor. Here's another one. Beep, beep, I painted him for my husband. It's like a Roadrunner. Okay, there we go. Speaking of Roadrunner, just a little while ago. That's wild. Very funny. I think, again, a little bit of a shadow touching those feet. Because, you know, it's like let's say, just you can kind of even see it right here. So if we're looking at my hand on the table, right, you can see there is a shadow, but it's not touching, so it sort of looks like my hand is floating. As soon as the shadow kind of touches, let's say, that finger, it's on the ground. So in this instance, you know, looks like we kind of have a shadow here, maybe touching that claw. But because, let's say this one, there's no shadow directly touching it, and we don't even see a shadow kind of underneath, kind of around it in any way, it looks like it's just sort of floating, right? And having a little bit of a shadow there will root it onto the surface. Otherwise, it looks fantastic. I do suppose that maybe the mountains in the background are a little bit dark, and the fact that its head is sort of disappearing a little bit, the Roadrunner's head into the mountain, I think we could have had a little bit more gray instead of black in their hills, right? Again, nitpicking, but the use of those slightly more grayish values, even if they're very dark, will make a huge difference. Like, you know, like in this painting we did just a few weeks ago, you know, when these areas up here just have a little bit more gray and white, they're just softer. It feels like there's more atmosphere there, and they just recede further, versus up in the bottom we have more saturated colors without any white, black, or gray, or sorry, white or gray. There's maybe a little bit of black in there that pulls them forward. Wow, that is wild. Okay, Mount Rundle. That's great. You know, it's also another little thing here, and is just, you know, it's great to have the tree in front. I think is fantastic. I love the intensity of, like, the again, very Dr. Seussian kind of bending of the trees, or the leaves, and how kind of stylized it is. But I think in the background we need this to be just a little bit more muted. And I can understand, like, Like, wow, but I want these really intense, wild colors. I think you could still get away with these colors being pretty wild and intense, but just dialed down 5% is going to actually create more depth, more space, and make it look even more powerful. If you want the mountain itself to be as intensely colored as possible, then what I would do is actually remove the tree in the foreground. But I think the tree in the foreground adds something to it, so I think my instinct would be to just make things a little bit more muted back there. Here's Gales. I'm back at it. I haven't painted this much this summer and fall. Life happens anyhow. 2 paintings in 2 days. Dang, it feels good. That's great. So here's this rooster. That is wild. Look at that hair. Somebody just got up, rolled out of the chicken coop with this messy hair. That's pretty funny. I don't know if there's much I can add. What I would maybe say is it might be nice to see just a little bit more variation in color rather than all these just pure white. Like, you've got a little bit of brown going on here, but you can see, I think it works really well down there. Just a few of the, like, so if I was to paint that again, I would start with some of the hairs in behind. We've got a little bit more brown in them, and as I work my way forward, I go more and more just a pure white. Here's the other of the 2 paintings that you just made. That's wild. Look at that headdress. So here's an instance where we've got this really dark black. I think it works really well there. I do think we need a little bit more black somewhere in here in this headdress to connect it to the whole thing. Like, my instinct would maybe put like a black line up in here, maybe another one wrapping through here. Maybe you'd have to just see how it goes when you get 1 or 2 more, but it's just first of all, you have these dark lines, so I think you need another black, and if you don't want to put a black part of the pattern, a black shadow or really dark shadow, because we've got these variations of light in here, but they're not dark enough. I mean, again, tiny little detail, but otherwise things are working out great in there. Gemini. It says, after a summer of pastels, I'm back with you guys in acrylics. Cool. Looks great. I mean, it looks like there's a shadow of your camera on here, and very shiny, so I'm not, it's hard to quite tell. I think the water, I would opt to, like, I feel like there's 2 spaces in here. The water, like, it almost looks like there should be a horizon right back here, but instead the horizon's up there. So it, I would probably opt to have the way that the water sort of approach and just continue all the way down through the bottom, and just getting maybe the reflection as it goes gets wider, because this is counteracting what's going on down here. There's 2 different spaces. In the background we have, how would you describe that? The water is like this, and in the foreground the water, so it's more like that and this. And so it's like, how does that make any sense? It should be more like that, or all together like that. So the bottom, the water's like this, the top, the water's like that, but currently they look like, so does that make any sense? I think that little bend, so the easiest thing would just be to make that all black and then just carry that reflection and make it get wider and wider and wider and wider till we get to the bottom. Obviously, it looks, the bird itself is well done, but that creating that internal logic, I think, is important, regardless of how abstract it might be. Wow. Beautiful job here, Gerald. My version of Van Gogh's irises. That's great. I think you've done a fantastic job. You got the luminosity of this painting. That bright light is just gorgeous. You know, it's interesting because just the way that it's painted, and I think the way that Van Gogh originally painted it, it's the amount of detail in there is overwhelming. That it's sort of, this is also overwhelming to the viewer to see. I think, you know, some of these leaves and stuff, I think, could be more continuous and more simple shapes. It's almost like we added more leaves onto these stems than needs to be there. Not a big deal, but it's just thinking back to the original. Anyway, I think it's really well done. Here's a few from Jillian, who's doing the photo class as well as some of our paintings. So this is one where in the drawing course, lesson 16, I guess that's what she says here. I did a couple, at least I did an episode on drawing seniors, an episode drawing children, drawing just adult men, another episode on women, and so this must be from this. Or I also was, during those classes, just going online. There's a website called Unsplash where you can find free photos that you can use for whatever purpose you want, and using those to find images of people that we can draw from. So that's good. Oh, there's a few more drawings. Let's look at those drawings together. Wow, that is excellent. That's a great drawing, Jillian. That is really cool. You really sense the personality of this person. You can see the shape of the body. I would probably just darken this area in the crotch just a little bit to once again make it very clear that this leg on the left is actually in front of the other leg, right? Just as we've been talking, anything you can do to clarify things for the viewer, the better. Another one here. That's great. Excellent. No comments here. I think these are awesome. Well done. That's very cool. Here's the Captain Marvel from class number 14 of mine. That is fantastic. You know what's neat is I can see with this particular drawing, I think we used the block-in method to do this. And wow, because I can see the outside envelope shape that you've drawn here in that red pen or pencil. And then you continue to refine it and refine it until you got to this. That's fantastic. It really, this is kind of shows how effective that technique can be for you. It's not for everybody. Not everybody likes to use the block-in method. And I did a whole episode on that particular figure drawing technique, but boy, oh boy, it looks like this is, you found your jam, right? Here's another one, the Julie Doucette painting. Julie Doucette, one of my favorite comic book artists of all time. Her New York Diary, I think, is must-read reading. Must-read, I was thinking like must-see TV, must-read books. Or was a must-read book, yeah. Excellent, great job. Here's a painting that Jillian did. This is based on Peter Paul Rubens' portrait of Susanna London. Wow. Did we do... Oh, I wanted to do a Rubens as part of the 100 most expensive paintings of all time, but the Rubens that is most expensive is so complicated that I've done some outlines for it, but I'm not quite so happy with it. So something to think about. Your version of Leonardo, I love that. That's great. I'm assuming, is that your signature down there? Again, I think that signature would look maybe a little better if we had just used our brown instead of that black. And that also looks like a Sharpie. Yeah, I would try to avoid using a Sharpie to sign or draw on your paintings, because that Sharpie is not going to age well. I think it's going to start looking purple or green very soon, especially if you have this drawing or painting hung up anywhere. Let's look at your version of Edvard Munch. I remember we did, this is a self-portrait with Cod's head. One of the weirder things. This is actually really nice to see how an oil pastel would work for Edvard Munch, and it looks like it does a great job. So I think that, if you like oil pastel, you might want to really look more at Edvard Munch. I never would have thought to do that, but I think it pays off really well. Okay, here you did one of Artemisia Gentileschi. That's cool. Huh. Yeah, this is great. I like how this turned out. And yeah, well painted too. They don't have any comments to add to it. I think that's pretty fantastic. I noticed. Okay, so here you also wanted to do the Tamara de Lempicka painting, or let's say first of all you did this one. This is the actual Tamara de Lempicka, her self-portrait in the green Bugatti. I love this painting. This is actually one of the more popular episodes I've ever done. A lot of people have tried to recreate this one and watched this episode. If you haven't already, it might be a good idea, because this is a very famous painting by an artist who's, I think, she's popular, but I think she should be way more well known. It's not that no one's ever heard of her or her work, but the work that she did is so exceptional that I think she could certainly use a little boost, perhaps. Anyway, great painting here. There's nothing I can say about it. I think you've done an excellent job. But it looks like you were looking at a few other paintings by her. And I love how you used a grid. You applied a grid over top of it so that you could transfer that image. And you did this with this painting also by de Lempicka. Oops. And you did another grid over top of that. And then just to kind of go back to that, there's your version of it. Wow. That's pretty darn good. That is great, Jillian. Wow. Do I have anything to add to it? I don't know. Especially considering it looks like you gridded that whole thing out and drew it. I think you've done an exceptional job. Wow. You guys are doing so well. I'm so excited. Yeah, what could I say? What could I say? If that's the original. I mean, again, I think that she's Tamara de Lempicka was one of the greatest artists of all time, which is why I included her in this series. And I think the artworks you found of hers are great examples of why she's so great. Just that super careful modulation from light to dark, from one color to another, is just exceptional. So it's very hard to replicate that, especially with acrylic paint. So yours is a little bit more expressive. The way that they're painted remind me of a California artist, Wayne Thiebaud, who kind of painted in a similar sort of style to this. Wayne Thiebaud's famous for painting like cakes and apples and like deli cabinets, and I might sound very strange, but highly encouraged. I think he just passed away very recently. Another painting by Jillian. Really trying to catch up, doing a whole bunch of works that we did in the past, and has been quite active on the Facebook group lately, which is great. I love seeing new people, new fresh blood coming in and infusing the group with energy and excitement. That is gorgeous. Very expressive, very kind of quick, confident brushstrokes. I think her face could use just a little bit more refinement, right? The way that the speed at which this is painted on the face reminds me a lot more of Mary Cassatt, who we're going to be painting on Thursday. I'm so excited to do that paint. I've been looking at a lot of Mary Cassatt stuff over the past few days, and man, I've become, every time I see a painting of hers, I become more and more of a fan. But anyway, we're talking about Renoir. I think just a little bit more refinement in the chin and these cheeks, but nitpicking, I think it looks pretty darn good. Here you've got the Frida Kahlo. That's excellent. Really well done. I don't know how much I can say about that, because that's very close to her Frida's original version of this. What are you gonna do? Are you kidding me? What? That is excellent. That is really well done, Jillian. Wow. Those boats, those, and the water, very effective. Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say. Amazing. Great job. Yeah, that's cool. The attention to detail in here is really important, and you hit a home run. Great job. Okay, let's progress on here. Gracie says, I'm going to put this out there. Can you paint your pet? Tend. This is my pet. Yes, you can paint your pet. And I think there was a few people posted. Okay, so Heidi posted this in response. Here's the pets that I painted. Here's my cat, Tristan. So I think we've looked at these paintings, but we talked about them before. Really great job. I remember, I think, at least with the one on the bottom, Heidi took some of the feedback and continued working on them and improved them vastly. So it just goes to show that, you know, if you take your artwork and after some of the feedback we do in class, you can make some incredible work. You can really sometimes just that extra 5-10% takes a painting that's like pretty darn good into like, wow, the best thing you've ever made, right? And isn't it so satisfying when you get to that level, when you reach that spot? So great job. So Gracie, yes, follow Heidi's lead there. Paint your cat. This would be a kind of maybe a tricky. It might be worth even just doing a video on how to find photos. I'm gonna write a note to myself. How to find good photos to paint. And I think it might be worth me doing an episode, just sort of like, I've been thinking about doing little smaller episodes, just talking about very specific topics, not even painting necessarily. But like, if we were to look at a bunch of photos of, let's say, your cat, Gracie, which image would I think would suit a painting best? Like, while I love the face of this cat, things like this arm, this blanket, the background, all create for some kind of strange areas that if we tried to paint it would kind of be awkward and weird, and it might not. So this, I don't think, would be the most effective photograph to make a painting from, unless you were to just zoom. What's going on here? Unless we were to Yeah, I don't know. I think this would be a hard painting to transform into, or a hard photograph to turn into a painting. I think that's a big thing. It's just sort of thinking about like how much changes would I have to make in that photo, from the photo into a painting, to make it work, because there would be a lot of awkward spaces in here, I think. But I love the sentiment, the desire to do that. Speaking of great paintings, this is excellent. This has got to be one of my favorite things you've ever done, Heidi, and you've done a lot of great stuff over the years. So I don't know what to say about this, except congratulations. You've done it. This is fantastic. This is like it's such a beautiful little painting. I think it would look great as a poster or like the cover of a children's book. I think you've really effectively captured the this sort of sense of fun with these little geese that are running next to their parent, and the light is just glowing. You've done a great job of using the composition, the landscape in behind, to frame these animals too, right? This archway over top, the pathway on either side, that also gives us an out. It gives us an entrance and an exit into the painting. The river, there's so really well organized painting with the other landscape elements. And you know, if you're painting pictures of things, giving them a frame is really, really effective. Yeah, this is beautiful. Really well done, Heidi. That's really great. Okay, let's look at a few more things. So what is this? Holly, secrets to being good at art. Finally, with this knowledge, I will become an art god. All I need to do is practice. Yeah, and then they kind of like, okay. Yeah, that about sums up the whole thing of making art, is sometimes you just gotta put in the work, right? Brandalism, that was posted there. Not sure what that's about. Kathy says, I love this one of the goose or gooselings. You should write a children's book to go with it. Great idea. Bus Gus says, give thanks, family. Just tune in live and direct. So here's Holly, who's painting. So this is, let's go back. So I think this is maybe the first step here. So this is one of the very, very, very first episodes that I ever did here on as a live stream. This is might be the first artist we explored. I did the color wheel this is like 8 months before the Master Study series began. We did this Mary Pratt painting. Mary Pratt is she died recently, but this is one of a great painting that she made, or it's actually a print. What's the next step? I think I don't have them in order. Not sure which order these are all going in. Suffice to say, this is, so I think Holly did this version a few years ago, and then I think one of these, did she send a final version of it? I don't know. Maybe there isn't a final version, or maybe that is it. I don't know. But just sort of seeing them side by side anyway, different stages, I think she was saying like, wow, this is, oh no, this is Gail's version. Sorry. So Gail uploaded this as like, this is what she did way back in the day. Okay, that makes sense. 2 artworks by 2 different people, but it was in the same conversation. Okay. I'm glad I sorted that out. But, you know, this is we drew this one out from scratch. It's not easy to do. I love the innovation of these pink stripes. We've seen a few paintings with pink stripes. Lolly had one way back at the beginning. Somebody else had pink stripes like that. I don't know. Is that a thing? Is it a big, is pink stripes in this fall or something? But that's a great idea. If you haven't, I mean, as I said, there's 253 painting episodes we've done. There were like 80 of them we did before we started the whole Master Study series. So there's a lot of artwork out there for people. If they look at what we've done or what's coming up next and they're not excited about it, well, there's enough to keep you busy for years. Kathy is saying good night. Good night, Kathy. Or Lolly's having to go. And Lolly says, remember to hit the like button on the stream. I appreciate that, Lolly. You're always on top of it. Thank you. Have a great night. We'll see you perhaps on the next episode on Thursday. Here's Holly. Found this image of dragons and then is working on their version of it. Look at that. It says dragons are hard. It's going to be a gift for a friend. So I think you've done great. Obviously, it looks like we're still missing the face and maybe a little bit of details on the neck. But this is turning out really great so far. What's this? Oh, that's this tree. Ah, okay, so they're flying, putting the star on the tree. Oh, and I like how I actually like your composition better than the original. They are very similar. I guess maybe the plate is just turned, or the round canvas. There's something about this one just gives it makes it almost a bit more dynamic. And the sky. Yeah, I think yours is going to be better painting. I already know it, Holly. Great job. Let's look at this. Holly's trying chalk pastels for the first time. I love this image of this painter. Is very cool. That's really neat. It's interesting because it's sort of like you approached this like a watercolor, but you used chalk pastel instead. Very wild. That's a good reminder of how sometimes just using a different tool can really kind of change things up. Here... So Holly, with Halloween, I thought I'd show a cool makeup. Oh, I don't think this is one of your artworks, is it? It's just a inspiration. Looks this Roy Lichtenstein painting as makeup. That's cool. Here is a work in progress. Amelia's Debutante Ball, it's called. So there's one step, and then here's the final version. Wow, Holly. Minor touches left, but it's officially finished. Wow. That turned out great. Oh, and those are real pearls, or maybe fake pearls, but they're actually three-dimensionally glued on there, I think, right? Unless they're painted incredibly well. I think they're... I think it's glued on there, but I think that's actually great. Oh, yes, and up here, that little gemstone there in the hair. That is great. Let's take a look back here at this previous step. I think it's helpful to see, what it looked like here, and the kind of how the background being kind of soft like that, and then you really brought it together. This is also a great example of how a good use of black in a painting can make a huge difference. So, like we've looked at a lot of paintings that are more like this, very subtle, almost too subtle, right? Where we see kind of different areas that are, we have very soft transition, light to dark, but here we don't really have any real highlights, nor do we have any dark shadows. So what's exciting about the ultimate finished version is some of those outlines really punch up the darker areas, and then we've got some highlights as well, like even in the eyes, that really add or you know, the highlights are a little bit, we don't have any white, bright, hot highlights, but maybe one might say that like the feather and the pearls kind of act as that balance to the actual black in here. I love that. That is a really nice painting. I think it's a really great job. Okay, so there's a commission or a friend who loves Keanu Reeves, so Holly's making a painting of the two of them together. It looks like started with this kind of teal imprimatura. Interesting. And so their friend next to Keanu. Here's the next step. I love how the faces are starting to form. And there they are again, getting more and more refined. And then I think this is where we are. This might have been posted just yesterday. I'm having a problem. The lighter skin highlights are looking chalky. Is this a case for transparent mixing white that lightens but doesn't make opaque? I don't know. I think this looks excellent. I think what we just need is some darker contrasts here. I don't think there's any problem with the way you've painted the skin. I think the skin looks fantastic. Like, I mean, I think if you went around these eyes and painted them with like a dark color, maybe even black, and you put in a little bit of those eyelashes, if you went and to a lesser extent kind of, maybe you don't, I mean, I don't know what her eyebrows actually look like, but maybe you did a little bit of that, or just a darker brown, maybe like a brown that you have in here. You do a little bit of black in these nostrils, maybe a dark gray underneath this lip as shadows on those teeth. You might be done. Like, I would, and that chin, I might try to resist doing anything there. Otherwise, you might make her face look more masculine. And there's something really nice about the subtle. So I think you are like 10 steps away from being done here. And 10 steps mean like 10 brush strokes. And I think you're very, very close. I think you've done an exceptional job. I don't think it looks chalky at all. Wow, I think that's really cool, Holly. Great job. Lovely progression too, you know, when we see these together, how you're developing it. I think you should feel very proud. Let's move on here. Jason, my 9-year-old asked me to upload these. So are these things that you drew or your 9-year-old drew? Oops. Because if these are what your 9-year-old is already doing, wow, great stuff. These are great. I love this signature. That is wild. That is so cool. Very, like, that signature displays a lot of confidence. That's clearly somebody who's been practicing that and is very ambitious, right? I think that tells us a lot about who this person is. I love this flaming dragon skull. That's wild. Some of these would make like great tattoos. These are awesome. Great job. Jason, I think you got a very talented child. And if it's you, then boy, oh boy, your child should be very proud of you. Jeanette, hello folks from Newbie Drawer from the UK. I'm just a few lessons in and practicing copying from photos. That looks excellent. What a great rooster. I think it was great. Yeah. Really well done. Yeah, I think you've got the structure of this rooster well done. Now we just need to start shading it. And I think you'll be you're because if you can get the paint or your drawing to this point where the outlines, the fundamental structure is this sound, then anything you put on it is going to fit on it very well. Here's another one. I just finished the shading class and I started this to change this image from 2D to 3D. Can I use more than one shading technique? Yes, absolutely. It's less common to mix different shading techniques together, but it can be done. There's no rule saying you cannot do something when it comes to art. I will say sometimes it can be a little much, and if you're going to use different shading techniques, what I would suggest is to think about like which shading technique goes where, and to create a logic that is consistent throughout the entire artwork. So for instance, let's say for the face you use cross-hatching, or you've used cross-hatching for the shadows. So let's say we would want to use cross-hatching for all the shadowy areas. And then we use like a blending technique, using the side of your pencil to shade. And let's say we use that for skin, right? So then you want to make sure you're using that only for skin then. And then let's say you use like a dot pattern, and you use that for clothing, right? So if you're going to mix a whole bunch of techniques, then keep it consistent. Don't use cross-hatching for shadows and faces on some faces, but not all faces. Then it just gets like too like mixed up. So as long as it's consistent, it's going to be fine. Okay, so Judy posted this. Wow, what's going on with those? Is that a filter? All those little specks of yellow on there? I think that's some kind of Instagram filter or Facebook filter on the photo. Right? It's not raining gold at your place, is it, Judy? Or no? Which one is which here? I think I got them mixed up. So somebody posted one of these first, and the other person is commenting on it. So, and this is a lesson by the Art Sherpa, who's another YouTuber. And so we've got, well, we can just look at them individually, because who knows who did what here. I think this might be Nikki. I think Nikki did this one, and Judy did this one. Does that make sense? I got a bit of a runny nose here. Very cool. This looks like a fun little class that people did with cactuses. It's funny that two different people in our class did the same painting by another teacher and posted them to the group. I don't mind. That's fine. I just think it's funny that, like, what a small world, right? I guess if you know, it's not that small, because you're all here learning and trying to get better, but I mean, I guess in terms of this vase or flower pot, my inclination would have been to kind of tilt it down a little bit so that we see inside just a little bit kind of the shape, but that's neither here nor there. I think they turned out really well. I like how different they are, the way that these flowers on the cactus, or on the cacti, is effective. Great. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Great. Here's another painting by Judy, Santa Snack, from Michelle the Painter. I think it must be another teacher. That's cool. One thing that I would say about that sleeve is I feel like this sleeve, you know, if we have this hole coming out here, right? And the sleeve is kind of curving around. I think it should curve like that, right? Whereas currently, it just goes straight across. So those are two different vantage points, right? we're looking at this sleeve from here, right? So if we're thinking of it like a cylinder, we're seeing the bottom of the cylinder here. So whereas on the top, we're seeing it like directly from the side, right? Or maybe it's a little bit curved, so this should be a little bit curved. Either way, it's like we need to choose a direction. Not a big deal. Maybe the original artist did it like that, so who am I to say anything? This is another one. Santa writing a Santa's list with a Christmas tree. Very cool. Let's make that bigger. Looks great. Carrie says, what do you think? I suppose I fixed her shoulder alignment. I will add that adjustment in a bit. Sorry. What am I looking at here? What an odd, strange, wonderful image. That face is so wild, so like synthetic, cubist, abstract. Like, are those lips and two eyes there? Wow, that is wild. Because this is a person here, right? That's a person with hair, shoulders. Here's a kind of a low-cut dress on her shoulders. That's an arm, a hand, and an apple, right? Am I crazy, or am I just seeing things? I mean, I just want to make sure that people aren't going to be like, Michael, it's a dog. And you know, this is its hind legs or something, and they're like, oh, sorry, I totally got that wrong. Oh yeah, I fixed her shoulder, so I'm imagining that means her as a person. I mean, I think it's wild. I don't really know what's going on in here, or how I can, what advice I would have for it. It's super wild. I mean, I'm just gonna assume it's done purposefully, that this is like a deliberate abstraction, right? Because if someone's intending to paint this as a realistic face, you know, we would have to make some major changes here. Like that, the nose would be here. We'd have a lip here. So, yeah, pretty wild. That's great. Here's a couple more paintings by Carrie. I think there's a few different versions, just depending on, they couldn't get the lighting correct. I'm trying to decide if I should elaborate the detail in the statues in the front, connect the installations to the shapes of people. So you're saying, should I do more work on these figures on the bottom? And they're statues. Well, they look more like ghosts, to be frank, right? Because they're just barely articulated. I mean, they're almost invisible. I don't know. I don't know what role they serve there. Why are there statues? I mean, again, when I look at paintings, I immediately start to see stories. So I see this like small town. There's a gas station there. We see there's like these power lines, and then the stars in the sky. Oh, so these are like the constellation. So that's like a insect or something. I'm not really sure. what, this one's got me a little perplexed. How because I'm not sure what the intent here is. I suppose, I guess my instinct would be to say, okay, well, if you've got these figures at the bottom that are statues that are important to you, and I would assume there should be some, you know, are they looking up into the sky for other statues like them? And if so, maybe a similar, like, let's say this is this woman statue, maybe there's her lover up in the sky, or her lost dog, or her mom, or a palm tree. Maybe it's just the statue's always wanted to go to another place where there's palm trees that the statue could live in. I don't know. It seems like there's a story here, but there's not enough information. So maybe it just needs to be more articulated. And maybe there was a whole discussion about it on the Facebook group. I'm not sure. I'm gonna move forward here. Lori, wow, look at that. I started the drawing class on YouTube the other day. I'm seeing all your entries here, and I find them all awesome. That is wild. Look at the detail in that. Great job, Lori. Look at this. And so this, I was gonna say, I thought it was pen, but is this pencil? I can't even tell. Or it also kind of looks like charcoal or something. Charcoal and pen, maybe? I don't know. That's pretty crazy. I love this abstraction. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I can offer advice to it, but I think it turned out great so far. Okay, Maria just posted these, yesterday to the Facebook group, these Monet paintings of water lilies. Or it's a version of one of Monet's paintings. I think that's awesome, Maria. Wow. Would you please criticize this one? I mean, what do you want me to say? That looks like some right out of you've torn it off the wall of the Musée d'Orsay. That's exceptional, Maria. I mean, I don't think that I'm sure Monet himself would have been very proud to have created this painting. I think you've done a great job. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, what could maybe the bridge is slightly uneven. Maybe it needs to be like I think you've got the top row of the handles and the middle one. This bottom one is just slightly, could use a little bit of shaping just so that they're all equally parallel. Maybe? I don't know. I think it's beautiful. I think most people would be, if they could make this painting, would be very happy. So I don't know what else I could criticize about it, but I think that's fantastic. Here's another Monet you did. That also looks fantastic. I guess, so what I would say is, so these kind of dark green, tentacly-like shapes, if I recall with Monet, those are kind of like, what do they call those trees where it's like, was it weeping willows or something? So it's a kind of tree that's hanging over the pond in his backyard. So because of that, I would think that those strands would continue and go off the top edge of that painting. so that it's clear that they are coming from outside of the composition and draping into the painting. Whereas you've kind of they kind of peter out here. And that's not such a problem. The thing is, though, is that it might suggest that they aren't actually hanging from above, but that they are something else that is maybe laying on the surface of the water, or under the water, or reflections over which they are none of, right? So I think we need to carry them right off. Now, you might say, well, that's not what Monet did. In fact, this is exactly what Monet did. Which is entirely possible. In fact, if so, well, Monet clearly is a terrible artist and made a huge mistake. Because oh my goodness, if this is what Monet did, I think we should all stop looking at Monet and celebrating his work. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I think, at this stage of Monet's life, he is legally blind, so, and he is virtually blind. He can barely see as he's painting, so he's certainly taking a lot of liberties. So it is possible he did that, but I think it's something to be mindful of, because it does look a little bit strange. Anyway, let's move on here. So Maria was painting this Emily Carr painting and kind of making some little changes along the way. So I just want to get those all big. So here's where we start. This is a painting I think I want to redo. This is, I love this Emily Carr painting, but I think, it's one of those things, a lot of those paintings I made a couple years ago, the whole point was just painting them as quickly as possible. So some of them I painted in like an hour, hour and a half. And if I was to do them today, I might spend 4 hours on them. So really, some of them are kind of like, and I don't even know if I could paint them that fast anymore. I don't know if I would allow myself to do them so quickly. So it is neat. That's one of the great things about seeing the artwork that you guys make, is often you guys will spend more time on them than I do in class on camera. And you can do things like this. And I think, Maria, you've done an exceptional job here. So this is the first version, and I think you amped the colors up, put more pink in there. And I think that was a great instinct. I love the kind of the wheat in the foreground, all of which I think, and is this the final? I don't know if that can't be the final version. Did I make it worse? I think this is the final version, right? So here's version 1. I think this is the final one. I think that's exceptional. I think that's really great. And I also think, I don't know if it's heretical to say so, it might even be better than the original Emily Carr version of this painting. I think this one has a lot, the pink you put in there and the orange just glows. Like, it's a really, that's a beautiful painting. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say, but I think so to answer your question, did I make it worse? No, I think you at least did it a great justice, and potentially even exceeded I would say the greatest Canadian artist of all time, Emily Carr. I'm a huge Emily Carr fan, so I'm very proud of you. I think you did a great job. Moving right along, I think we've got about 40 more paintings to go through here, but we are on the home stretch here after we've looked through 190 of them. Oops. Just move that out of the way. Let's see. That is Wild Molly. Molly says, close enough for jazz. Is that a riff on when I say close enough for government work, like my grandfather used to say? close enough for jazz. So how did you do this? This is collage, I'm assuming, right? It looks like you painted this on other pieces of paper and then glued them together. Yeah, which is quite wild to see how that came up. This is really cool, Molly. This is a really neat. I mean, you're not the first person to ever paint on paper and to cut it out. Like Matisse really set the bar pretty high back in the 1940s for this kind of thing. But I love it looks like you've painted and then used the back side of your paintbrush, right? So you painted these swirls of color and then flipped the paintbrush around and then kind of drew into the wet paint, which is how we get these nice kind of zigzaggy lines, and you get that really gorgeous texture. I think this is really cool. That's very inspiring how this came together. I mean, I will say it's so abstract to the point where knowing that it's a rooster. There's been a lot of roosters in today's class. Did you guys notice? This might be like the 5th rooster. I don't know what it is about. Is there something going on with roosters in the world these days? I don't know. But anyway, it is to the point where identifying its roosterness it's very close to being a non-objective painting of just shapes and colors. Not that that's a bad thing. You know, like really the places where it's clear to me that it is a rooster are these little feet down here and then that eye. Like, I think if you took those things out, it would be, I would challenge anybody to know exactly what this is. Because once we see that eye there, then this transforms into a beak, and then this becomes a rooster. We see these legs down there. We know it's something that's walking, probably a bird. And then this is like a tree or some kind of surface that's walking along, right? It's also a very funky frame. I like the way you've painted the background too, with that kind of swirling, kind of creamy teal and green brushstrokes. It's beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna plow ahead here. Natalie's got a few paintings. So we've got this jazz player, and then this piano, and then I think these were all, well, no, there was a few more. And then we have this violinist. Here's another version of the violinist. I think it is the same person. Yeah, this one is a little better. The other one's a little too glossy and reflective. So, in terms of these, I think these are good starts. Natalie says, what do you think with slow dry medium? Well, I have nothing against a black outline like this and keeping it like a black outline, but I would say like the background is a little bit, the colors I'm not so into. The colors, you know, they kind of, they're not the most appealing colors to me personally. That green and blue kind of looks a little bit pukey. Sorry. So if you want to keep it like that, I feel like if I want them to be a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more lively, a little bit more saturated. And that's just me. As I think, as all of you who've been painting with me know, I love bright colors. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I like using the split primary palette is it tends to kind of favor brighter colors. That's why I like using that warm yellow as my imprimatura as opposed to like a rusty red. So I'm just laying my cards on the table. I am biased when it comes to bright colors. So I feel like, you know, in music, especially since you suggested jazz earlier, I think we want something that's got a little bit more swing to it or something, right? Even though my favorite jazz album of all time is Love Supreme by John Coltrane. I love that album. And then Bitches Brew by Miles Davis, which are two albums that are very weird, probably not the kind of jazz most people like, but so I'm just also saying that, not that jazz always has to be, like, ragtime, or some kind of bebop kind of thing, but I don't know. I would prefer some pink, or if it's going to be green like this, get a little bit of gold leaf in here. The other thing too, if I'll just sort of talk about that piano. So we can see this edge here, you've got, kind of comes around and then goes like this. So this here, these should parallel one another. If this is going around here, this should also curve, right? This is what I'm talking about right here. Little kind of change, but yeah, I want to see more color there, but that's me. When it comes to this drawing here of the violinist, I think it's really well done, but I think her back needs to be more filled in here. She looks way too thin, in a way that is like out of proportion. And it could just be the angle of this painting, because it's kind of, let's see. It still looks, from this photo, that her back, it's, yeah, I would have her back down here, because otherwise, like, she looks really young. Like, if we look at, let's say if I just crop that, well, even then, because see what it is, it's her neck up here. Her neck is really big and wide. In fact, if anything, I think her neck could get thinner here, and then her back should get wider, and her butt wants to move down a little bit. All right, that's my thoughts anyway. Here's this painting Natalie did here. I love this painting. That's cool. One thing I would say is I think we should have just a little bit of shadow underneath the hand here, because so this looks like it's like somebody took a photograph with a flash, and so that flash gives these kind of really intense dark shadows, which is what we see around the hand, those shadows being cast onto the body. We need a little shadow under here, not maybe as intense and strong as that shadow, more like this shadow here. All right, so that's a little bit of gray. If we put a little bit, maybe it's not gray, but it's just a darker brown here. Very, again, small little detail, but I think that would make a huge difference. I love the way you painted the face too. It is a little bit stylized. The eyes are technically too small, but I love that. I think it actually is stylistically beautiful. I think it's great. Again, we could do, we could add all sorts of folds and shadows in here around those eyes, on the cheeks, like the lips could use a little bit of work if you want to make it look realistic, right? But I don't think that would benefit this painting at all. I think the small eyes, the big nose, big lips, the giant hand that's foreshortened because it's much closer to the viewer, and this big cigar. I love the smoke you added there. My son smoked a cigar at his stepbrother's graduation. I tried to paint it because I wanted to try painting smoke. What do you think? As I said, it looks great. Awesome. Here's a couple more paintings Natalie did of music themes. Not sure what I'm looking at here. Well, it's interesting. I mean, I love how expressive these paintings are. This, to me, looks like a totally abstract painting, correct? Right? There's no attempt at realism, or that there's no instrument or anything in here, I think. That one there, this seems just a little bit unfinished. Like, I want something else on this left-hand side, more color, a splatter, some drips, the bow. Yeah, just a little bit, maybe more sheet music up here, the title of a song, a lyric, some words maybe. Like, I think this kind of thing might work more effectively, like, as, like, let's say on a cover of a magazine where you might have areas where you're deliberately leaving kind of a little bit blank so that you can put text titles or images over top of it. But, like, I could see some, like the title, like, either you actually cut the title of a song out and glue it there, or, you know, it's kind of like the way Picasso and Braque, when they were first doing these Cubist collages, might paint something like the name of a newspaper or something. I think that needs to be there. Otherwise, it looks great. Great job, Natalie. And I know you're having an exhibition coming up soon, so I hope that has gone well, or is going to go well, or it goes... Did it go well, or it's going to go well? Either way, I'm sure it was a success. Great job. Okay, here's Nikki's got a few here. I think Nikki was in the chat earlier, perhaps. Not sure if they're still there, but that is awesome. So this is Van Gogh's Cafe Terrace at Night. And interesting how that's done. Must be a larger canvas or something, because you got a lot of great detail in there. Well done. I especially like the way that you've done these figures in here. They are very odd and weird, and they all have different personalities. They kind of have like a... They remind me a little bit of like the way Edvard Munch painted these, you know, like... Not really this... Well, like the characters in the background of the Scream are kind of painted similarly to the way that you've painted this here. Great job. Yeah, excellent. I don't have anything to say about how that turned out. Wow. And then Nikki posted these. Okay, so here's Van Gogh's Starry Night. Let's make that a little bit smaller. But still working on the buildings down there. And then here's the finished version. Whoa. Excellent. Great job. Wow, you know, I especially like the way that you painted the tree in the foreground. It's odd, often when people do the tree, it's sort of a bit of an afterthought, and they spend most of their time on the sky. I think in this instance, it's really well done. What do I say? I mean... Yeah, I think you got it. I think you nailed it right on the head. Well done. The swirls are fantastic. Yeah, great job. Excellent. Okay. Omar says, hey everybody, I recently started taking Mr. Markowsky's YouTube class in drawing fundamentals. Is it usual for a beginner like me to be this unskilled in terms of symmetry? I think there was some more comments there about the eyes not being correct or moved in different, you know, they're not totally symmetrical, and that being very frustrating. No, I don't. I think every artist, symmetry is really hard. maybe there's a few people who can easily draw something in a symmetrical way. That is really difficult to do. I don't think anybody, yeah, I don't think there's anybody, let alone beginners, who finds that easy to do. Also, the vast majority of humans do not have symmetrical faces to begin with. So drawing an entirely symmetrical face is a little bit of a fool's errand. And these drawings that Matisse did, many of them are awkward and certainly not symmetrical. I mean, I love this whole period of, this period of Matisse, when he's, from like what, 1920 to 1955, 58 or whatever he dies, is my favorite part of Matisse's whole oeuvre, if you will. If you look at like the catalogue raisonné of Matisse, he literally did thousands of drawings like this. I have a book of I don't know where it would be. It's probably packed away in a box, but I have a book that's got like hundreds of similar drawings to this. Like, he's literally got like a big pad of paper, and he's drawing that face, flipping it over, doing it again, the same image over and over and over and over again. What we tend to see in a book of like Matisse's drawings is maybe one or two of those drawings. We don't see all 200 of them all together, right? Because for the most part, people would be like, well, it's the same picture over and over. Why would I spend all this money on a book to see the same drawing over and over? Right? So the vast majority of people don't want to see all of them. I love seeing all of them. I think it's super interested in seeing all of them. But I think that might, for you to see all of them might be helpful, because then you'd realize, oh, most of them are not perfect. He might have done all 200 or whatever he did in this series, and then just chose the 2 or 3 that he liked the most. And those are the ones that get reproduced over and over and over again. So you're not some sort of alien from another planet who's struggling with this. Matisse clearly worked on it over and over and over because he wasn't happy with it. And he might have been going the other way. Maybe he was trying to make them less symmetrical. Maybe he didn't like how kind of perfect they were and wanted something that had a little bit more tension and was a little bit stranger. I don't know. I think maybe one of the things we could think about here is that maybe the eyes are not kind of looking in the same direction. That could, and that is very hard to do. Getting the eyes to look like they're both pointing the same direction is very tricky. And often you'll see when I'm doing portraits of people, sometimes as I'm painting it, I am moving the eyes a little bit back and forth. And I usually wait till the very, very end, because as I'm painting it, I'm kind of building and building, and then I might move it, paint elsewhere, because as the painting evolves, it becomes clearer where those eyes need to go, and maybe I'll put one in place, and I'm like, okay, that's the control, and now I'm gonna try to make the other one line up to that one. And I don't even know how to do that. I think it's kind of like some animal lizard brain instinct where once you get them to they kind of look like they're looking in the same direction, then you're done. And it can literally be just like fractions of a millimeter to get it into the right place. It's been like I think like an hour since anybody posted anything in the chat. I just want to make sure that I'm still live. I just refreshed the browser because I was like, I hope I'm not just talking to myself again, as has happened in the past, And then I see on the Facebook group, like, oh, suddenly it cut out. I wonder what happened. Is he okay? Is he still alive? Can somebody go and knock on his door? Okay, we've got a bunch by Pascal here. So this one is an Armenian petroglyph cave painting. That's cool. Is there some kind of drips or something, or in the background? Not sure how we got these vertical kind of lines in there. That's wild. He's got some skiers here. We got this one, and that one. There are 3 different ones, right? These are great. I love these. These are very fun. And, you know, these I think also suit your style, Pascal. Like, I think many times, like, your style, you know, it's very fast, very kind of, expressive types of brushstrokes. And painting, like, these people who are skiing and moving really quickly, I think suits your style a lot. So it looks like, so these guys are skiing away from you. These guys are skiing away from you. And these guys are skiing towards you, or you're looking over your shoulder. Interesting. Yeah, I think these are great. They're fun. Yeah, there's a speed and spontaneity to these paintings I love. Let's look at a few more. So this one feels like 3 styles of Impressionism here. An original, the center square in Yerevan, capital of Armenia. Well, are these boats? What are these shapes? I'm assuming this is water, right? Is it a water or a fountain or something? I'm not sure I know what's going on here. Like, is this a waterfront or a fountain space? It's hard for me to think of how I can help here. Let's look at another one. Pascal is a huge fountain place, and that's cool. So, so for instance here, like the way that you're painting these trees, everything is like there's, you know, the speed and the confidence that you're painting those brush strokes, one single brush stroke, like you're not even going back over those paints. Right, and the way that you're painting these trees, you know, one senses that you're like moving really fast, right? I think that's great. I love that type of, like, the immediacy of that type of painting. I will say though that, like, painting these skiers, things where there's a lot of movement, I think is what it's doing is it's really capitalizing on your tendency to want to paint quickly, because those fast brush strokes convey to us the speed and movement of these skiers. So I think it might be worth considering for you, thinking about choosing subject matter like that is about speed and movement, and because that seems like your style naturally kind of communicates speed and intensity like that. This inspired by Pierre Auguste Renoir's Madame Henriot. You've also got like the kind of the looseness and the softness of Renoir really well. But Renoir painted that, but he also took a long time. He was very kind of careful and very deliberate. And Like, I think in this painting, like, we've got two different types of skin tones here. We've got this much more kind of peachy version, and then up here it's much more kind of pale and green. I think we need more of that skin color to come back from her arms and her chest onto her face. Excuse me. Also, these little brush strokes for her hair make it look like they don't connect. It makes it look like they're very short little hairs. I think we want it to look like they're a little bit longer, and they're disappearing behind her hair. I love the texture in her hair. I think it's just need a little bit more patience in those areas. Otherwise, like with her hands, I think that's kind of nice. I think maybe we've got these little highlights of white. Maybe a little bit of a slightly darker value. Maybe like one of these kind of pinks or something could come in there. Wow. Are you painting over top of other paintings? Is that where we're getting all of this texture coming through here? Because it is pretty wild. I like the way that this building is painted. I think that's very effective. And these figures on the dock by the water, all really great. I feel like I want something like like a little flower or something here, or a butterfly. Develop that space, and then something very small, like a little house or a little road winding around, just to emphasize, like, because in your style, this kind of very fast way of painting, very expressive, the space we can. So what I would use is shapes of different sizes, size contrast, to help illustrate distance. I think that would be helpful. Pascal says, it's a bad brush for gesso and prematura. It leaves a texture that annoys me sometimes. Huh. So that's your gesso that you put in the background. So for gesso, I mean, you're certainly welcome to apply gesso however you like, but most of the time when people are applying gesso, they want it to be as smooth as possible. And so you would probably want to consider using like a house painting brush, and you may even want to dilute that a little bit. Add just a little bit of water to thin it out so it's a little bit more runny. You probably, because you don't really want that really thick texture, because this looks like you're painting your gesso with a small brush, right? Like you kind of want to be able to get that whole gesso across. Like, so let's say I'm painting this Santa Claus. Do I have a gesso brush? I don't really have a gesso brush, but if I was applying gesso on a painting, I'd want a brush at least this big, if not twice, like, you know, so that I can kind of go across this painting in maybe 3 or 4 brush strokes, right? So that the less brush strokes I have, or then the less texture I have. And then not only after that, I would let it dry, and then I'd sand it down to get rid of that texture. Now, that's the way I would do it. Some people love highly textured surfaces to paint on. I'm not one of those persons, though. So here's another abstract painting you've done here. Ooh, I've got a few more. This kind of looks a lot more like your petroglyphs here. Interesting. Pascal says, it's a huge brush with huge bristles to cover large surfaces quickly, but always leaves lines and whatnot. So I think you just need to maybe dilute your gesso. If your gesso, you're using a big brush like that and you're still getting all that texture, you need to just put a little bit of water in there, stir it up really well, which is the way I do it as well. I don't know where my gesso is. Because gesso tends to often come quite saturated and thick, and so just a little bit of water, I think, it would be your friend. Cool. Timeless Starlight. Wow. So it's like a long exposure of stars turning around, or the Earth turning, and then the stars appearing to kind of blur. That's wild. That's pretty tricky to paint like that to get this really nice radial effect. This building here, I think, needs a little more definition. Is like, how does the roof work there? Let's just let's see. It looks kind of like your house kind of looks like that. Am I correct? So, I think what I would probably do is change this like that, and lengthen this part of the roof out, assuming that's the shape of that house. Also, these windows we'd all kind of want to be kind of parallel. In fact, this could even, you know, if you wanted, I think, just because otherwise that's kind of sloping. Not a big deal, but I just noticed that that little bit of a difference. Otherwise, I'm not sure what these like candles or something along the front. Cool. Let's continue. So which one is first? I think that's the first one, and the second one. Okay, so I think we talked about this last episode. So here's the first version, and then this is your second version, because you added a little bit of shadow down here, as I suggested. The sky had this kind of big dark cloud in there, and now that's kind of gone, and then you've added a bit of the shore. I think all of that really helps. I think that's great. I think defining that arm, I think, is very helpful. Yeah, that's great. Great job, Pascal. Well done. Pascal says, it's so dark on our side, the building wasn't sure how to make it visible yet dark. Tricky. 1,000-year-old building. Okay. I think that your building, it could get even darker, right? Like, if it really is really dark on one side, we can make it darker. It could just be black, or a black that we mix ourselves. If it's supposed to be silhouetted, there's nothing wrong with it being really dark. And you might be able to just sort of glaze over top of it and darken that. Because even if it's really, really dark and you've gone to the trouble of painting a few things in there, they'll still be they're barely visible, but they're still there. And that's kind of like a gift you give to the audience, because they look at it and they see, oh, there's a little window, there's a doorway. It's barely visible, but it's there. In the same way that, you know, when it's really, really dark and let's say the power goes off in your house and you're walking through the hallway to get to your kitchen to find the flashlight or something, right? It's not like literally everything's black and you cannot see like, if you really look, you're looking, where's the light switch? And then you look, and then eventually, oh, there it is. And if you think of like great artwork in museums, like let's say you go to the Uffizi in Florence and you see the Sandro Botticelli's La Primavera, you know, the famous is it Primavera? Okay, Primavera, is that where they're dancing in the forest, or is that where the woman is coming out of the clamshell? I should know that. But anyway, those paintings, they're lit with natural light from skylights that are, you know, kind of, there's things to keep UV light from hitting those paintings. But you're in those environments, and it's actually quite dark, and so you're looking at the paintings trying to see detail, and it's like a movie. Things start appearing out of the shadows, and it's like, whoa, look, I see something whoa, oh, wow. So it's like it's more like, I mean, again, this is 500 years before cinema, right? So paintings had to function like cinema. Yes, like all the Dutch art is very dark. I haven't practiced it much. I will try. Yeah, try a little bit of, get some glazing fluid or some matte medium, mix it into your paint, and do some thin little coats of darker and darker paint, and push those darker areas to get dark, right? And I think especially in a painting like this where we've got these bright kind of stars, that would work really well. Okay, let's look at Pascaline, the cat from Suzanne Valadon. This is another one, a painting we made right near the very beginning, maybe the 10th one we did. It says, time to move on. I made him smaller and bigger and changed him again, and now it's acceptable. Some of you guys are so hard on yourselves. I think this looks great. Most people will be so excited if they could paint a painting like this. And you did a great job. You should be celebrating. I think you should celebrate. This is a great job, Pascaline. It's also funny that this cat almost looks like it's got a little bit of a beard. It's like that little bit of white, and the way that's sort of painted, and like almost like a little speckly kind of, it makes it look like a little tiny stubble or something. I think it's great. You should be very proud of yourself. This one you did it in acrylic, and then you had an operation, and you finished it with Posca pens. Wow. First of all, I hope it looks like things have turned out okay, and you're still live and kicking and painting, which is what we all want, right? So best wishes for your health first. Second of all, I think you've done a great job. That was great. Wow. And I think if I recall, you really kind of fell in love with Hilma af Klint, who's the artist who made this painting. Here's a couple other of our early paintings, Matisse and Mary Pratt, and another Hilma af Klint painting. Very cool. These look great. Great job, Pascaline. Yeah, great start. I'm very happy. Yes, you should be. That's great to hear. Wow. And then your version of the Sonia Delaunay. And you're using warm colors in the foreground, cool colors in the background. Great. Well done. Excellent. And then here's your Mary Cassatt study. Right, again, as a quick reminder, everybody, we're doing a Mary Cassatt painting on Thursday, a couple days from now. A painting of a little child wearing a big kind of sun hat. I'm super excited. Wow, Mary Cassatt is, what an awesome artist. And you've done a great job. Really well done, Pascaline. Here's another one. This is expression of my 15 months of endometriosis pain, and grateful to have had an opportunity. It's great to have an opportunity by a gynecologist, well, blah blah, surgeon. I really felt connected to Hilma af paintings, Hilma af Klint paint. I've been talking for 4 hours. My tongue has stopped working. Anyway, so this is a self-portrait, and you've incorporated some of Hilma af Klint's kind of these symbols and images, and you've got this, you're kind of exploding with energy. I think this is great. I love how you took inspiration from this great artist from the past. You're literally incorporating her into your own artwork and like using her as a direct inspiration. I think this is gorgeous. It's really cool. I love the energy in here. There's a kind of even just the expression on your face, I'm assuming it's self-portrait, is like it's very positive, uplifting. It's like with the eyebrows kind of raised a little bit and a bit of a smile. There's like it's very hopeful. you know, I probably would say, you know, if anyone who does not know who Hilma af Klint is might find this kind of a little bit strange. But that's okay too, right? It's a good conversation starter. You could talk about this great artist that you learned about. Yeah, and it's like this, some kind of weight or chain maybe that's being released. Great. I love this, Pascaline. Well done. We're going to move on here to Paula's artwork here. Mysterious person who went to museums of Quebec, Montreal, Toronto, etc. Is that somebody in our group? Is it somebody, Paula, that went to visit a bunch of museums? I'm not sure. But great artwork. I think it's fun. Paul says Michael's voice is still very good. Well, we'll see. Let's see how much longer I can go. I want to get through everyone's work, though. But that is cool. Very good job, Paula. I don't have anything to add to it. I mean, in fact, I really like the way that the glasses are done here. That they're... Maybe is that you, Pascal? How they're just done with one quick little, you know, line. And just very simple, very confident. That's, you know... A lot of other people really have worked that over and over and over and over again. Here's Paula says, for Halloween, can you tell it's an owl peeking at you? Little owl in behind the pumpkin. That's great. And this looks like, you know, where the Sleepy Hollow, where the Headless Horseman is going to ride through the covered bridge. Which a movie I just saw again for the first time in, what, 20 years. A Johnny Depp film. Pretty good. Pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. Yeah, it's great. I mean, maybe the pumpkin should be a little bit more orange. A little bit, it's a little on the greenish side of things, which is not unheard of for a pumpkin, but for Halloween, I think just the cliche is of a bright orange pumpkin. And I think that would also, you know, maybe the stem of the pumpkin should be a little more brown too, just to make a contrast between that and the owl peeking from behind it, perhaps. But otherwise, I mean, it's a great job, Paula. Yeah, well done. Speaking of owls, Halloween is over. Daylight saving ends this Sunday. Have great days, says Paul. That's funny. That's great. I love the owl. I love even, you know, when we look at this eye, how you've got like this, the highlights on that eye. Almost, it looks sort of like, you know, the reflection of someone who's taking that picture, or a landscape, trees, or it kind of looks like a conductor or something. Doesn't it look like there's somebody like dun 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 dun, and the owl's just like, really? Interesting. What are you doing? And this is this all looks like pastel and acrylic, perhaps, all in one, on canvas. So a few different materials being used there. Here's another. It looks again like mixing acrylic and pastel together. What a speedy way to do painting. 10 minutes on it. Wow. Just be sure to wash hands before eating. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I mean, well, I would say, yes, you can cover the entire surface of an artwork with pastels very quickly. I still think we could probably do a little bit more to both of these artworks, despite the fact that you were able to get this far so quickly. They do look a little bit unfinished. I think we want a little bit more value contrast here, a little bit darker lines, perhaps. But having said that, you did, for 10 minutes to get 2 of those done. That should be very satisfying for you, absolutely. I'm happy to say happy anniversary to my dear Holly and her hubby. That's great. Interesting surface you're painting on. What is this? Old... What does that say? Or that's just maybe a board that's leaning up against. I'm not... And you've got some black paper. That's also great that you're using a different background. You're using that black and then using these lighter pastels on top. I think works really well. And wow, that's great, Paula. Just completed this Impressionist Autumn Forest. So this actually looks a lot more like the kind of stuff Sonia Delaunay, speaking of Delaunay a little bit earlier, would have done. I think this, you know, I can understand what you mean by Impressionism, but this is not, I think this is, you know, the Impressionists wouldn't probably not have painted a painting quite like this. This is something that wouldn't have been made back in the 1880s. This looks like something that was done in the 1910s, 1920s. Much more kind of avant-garde, abstract, all of which is good stuff. I like this one a lot. This is one of my favorite things you've done. I think you may want to consider doing more of this stuff and really playing with colors even more, because, you know, it looks like you drew out all these different trees and branches and then just started kind of painting colors into all those different shapes that were created in between the trees and branches, and which is exactly what Sonia Delaunay did many times. And also, actually, even a better connection would be to Pierre Mondrian's trees. Pierre Mondrian, the artist who famously did the... I'm just trying to see if I have his painting out here. You know, the very geometric yellow, red, and blue, and white, and black lines and stuff, paintings. But before he went fully abstract, he did a whole series of paintings of trees. And yeah, you might really like those, Paula. Mondrian, M-O-N-D-R-I-A-N. Here's a little fox. I guess Holly bought Paula a set of pastels. How generous. That's great, Paula. So you're down in there. And, oh, sorry, BC. 15 centimeters of snow. That's nice. I really like the kind of glow. And then the snow up front just feels so cold. Ooh, it's a beautiful painting, but I'm cold right now, and this painting, looking at it, just is making me more and more cold. And then here's these stairs. You said you were having trouble with these stairs. And then, oh, is this the same painting? No, is it? Because Holly, I think, sent you this photograph. And then you made this painting from it. So what is the order? These are definitely... Okay, so these are two different ones. But this is your first version, maybe, of this painting. And you got these fish spawning in the water, jumping there. So I think this is great. I like the colors. I like these pinks and purples with these yellows and greens. I think it's very effective. But wow, that is like... way, well, I don't know if it's way better, but it's just very different, and I think maybe more effective. I think it's probably closer to what you wanted to do, right? And isn't that usually what people want to be able to do when they're painting, is communicate what their communicate clearly, right? I think this is very effective. This again, I think is a really good use of your style. Like, I think a little bit like Pascal, you like to paint quickly, and there's nothing wrong with painting quickly, just as there's nothing wrong with painting slowly. It's just whatever works for you, whatever your temperament allows. So this painting is also, you know, it feels like it's done quickly, especially when we get up to these trees and things up here, and these just dabs of paint going all over the place. But in this sense, it really suits the painting, right? And that's, I think, just the thing for all of us as artists to do is finding a way of painting and subject matter that complement each other really well. Because sometimes, you know, if your style of painting is very fast and very expressive, and yet you want to paint hyper realistic paintings of cats, they don't jive so easily. But if you want to paint very quickly and expressively, and you want to paint, you know, paintings of your cats that may not look exactly like your cats, but still have a playful cat-like quality, yeah, that can intersect, right? So it's sometimes we have to kind of maybe change our expectations or the style to kind of meet with our, and subject matter to meet best with our approach, or we have to change our approach to painting. I think it's easier to find imagery that complement our style than change our style to match with imagery, right? Because then it's like learning a whole different way of talking in order to you know, it's like learning a different language in order to write a certain kind of book. I mean, that's like, man, that's pretty hard to do. It's better to find a story that is easier for your voice to communicate. Okay, this boat, canoe in the water. Awesome, I like that. Again, like, look how fast you're drawing, Paula. It's interesting because I've seen you do some other things that have taken you clearly a long time, but I think that the speedy approach is the one that appeals to you most. Moving on here to Peter. Let me just see how many more we got. Okay, we're definitely, I think we got about 20 or so more paintings to go. So here's Peter's version of Takashi Murakami's flowers, singing flowers here. That's great. Wow. So I think with this one, if I recall, what I did is I printed this image out, and then I used Mod Podge to glue it down onto the canvas, and then started to paint over top of it, which is why I think you can probably see this seam of paper running right through the middle there. But I think it looks great. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to draw this out and then paint it, but it certainly has a little bit more of like a little more refined quality when it's actually based on and painted directly onto the photocopy. Great job, Peter. Maybe we'll see you a little bit more often than once a year. But I'm glad that you're still out there doing well. Paul says, thanks, Michael. Holly is a great friend. Yeah, absolutely. It's great that we can bring people together in this group, and Holly was able to get you some pastels. Here's Ravi. Yeah, we looked at some Ravi stuff earlier. I don't know why these didn't show up in the same... Anyway, but this is Ganesh, the Hindu deity, god of wisdom, purity, innocence, valor, new beginnings, and luck, the remover of obstacles. That is cool. That's wild. Good job, Ravi. And you know, okay, so here's, and again, I apologize, I'm moving quickly just because we're approaching 4.5 hours. Okay. We started at 4 and it's like almost 9 o'clock. Okay. So Ravi painted on this paper here and wanted to make a Diwali lantern. So this is cool. That is so smart, Ravi. This makes me so happy that you've decided, you took paper, and this could just be like the extra paper at the end of your sketchbook, or where you're wiping off your paintbrushes or your palette, and then rather than just throw it into the garbage, you transformed it into art. That's so cool. What a beautiful use of that material. And then you also wrapped presents with some of your extra paper. Brilliant, right? imagine if all of us at the end of our painting session, when you got a little bit of extra paint on there, just took your paintbrush and just took some big pieces of poster paper from the dollar store, smear that paint on, and then let it dry, and then you've got custom wrapping paper to wrap your Christmas gifts and presents for friends and family, birthday presents. Very smart. Great job, Ravi. Wow, look at this painting by Richard. Look at that. Here's a painting I did from a photo I took during a hike near Ottawa. Tall, straight trees or white pines. That's excellent. Great job, Richard. And you can see, too, how we've, the darkest trees are closest to us, and then as we get back, these tend to get a little bit softer, a little bit more gray. In fact, I could say the tree in the front could get even more black on it, but I think it should be a little bit more black than this tree here. And it could be like that. I'm just might not be seeing the image as well as, its full glory. But that is beautiful. That's a really beautiful painting. That's exceptional, Richard. Great job. Here's Robin. I thought there was a challenge to paint your cat. So this is Boo in her crocodile outfit and Freya with her bat wings. The inspiration was Maud Lewis. Wow, this is fun. Like, yeah, so Maud Lewis, who we did a couple paintings of hers. Maybe it was last Christmas, I think we did that. And then here you've taken some of Maud's cats, dressed them up into these costumes to make a painting that looks like a Maud Lewis painting, but is certainly unlike any Maud Lewis painting that has ever existed. Very fun, very cool. And I bet you she would have approved too. I'm sure she would probably been like, probably would have thought it was kind of strange, but if once you explained to her the idea behind it, would have been like, wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's fun. Wow, so neat. Let's see a couple more Robin paintings. Speaking of Hilma af Klint, here's Robin's version. That's excellent. Wow. So it looks like, Robin's been going back and doing some of the earlier episodes. Great. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This looks like it definitely took some time. You clearly painted around everything with this kind of purple, or well, I guess there's probably purple underneath, and then you painted it with this kind of white. Must have taken some time, but I think it turned out great. Wow. Here's another one, Robin. This based on Magritte's, is it The Family of Man? Is that what this is called? Wow. That's excellent. This is definitely one of the best that I've seen. Better than the one I was able to do in that short period of time. Excellent. Great. It looks like you used tape to do this too, to give you those nice sharp edges. Excellent. Great. Even just the way it's painted with your brush going over and making all those little kind of spots and dabs of paint. I think it's quite effective. I think it's particularly effective from about here down. Maybe a little bit less so as we get closer to the top of the painting, which is closer to us. So I think you might want to think about, as things get closer to us, the same technique that might need to evolve a little bit so that it's maybe a little bit more detailed than what we see further off in the horizon. But either way, it's great. I mean, and that pink color in the horizon, that peachiness, gives it that nice glow coming through. Yeah. What am I going to say? It looks great. Oh, I just skipped over one here. Wow. Speaking of Magritte and surrealism, this is a Magritte-style man on a platform looks out over a deserted landscape. Besides them, an outcrop of rocks look like a whale. So this is your own painting? I mean, it could be a Magritte painting if I didn't know better. That's amazing. That's great. It's got all of the hallmarks of Magritte, the bizarreness and strangeness of this beach landscape kind of thing with these, like, what is going on here? And that's, you know, what Magritte wanted us to be asking all the time, not just when we're looking at paintings, but what is going on here? Like, this is weird, right? Life is weird. Question things. Yeah, I'm really impressed by this. I think maybe this figure here could be a little bit more, like, maybe a little bit more towards black, because right now he kind of just looks like a shadow, and maybe again that could be a good thing to have this figure like shadow-like, the three-dimensional shadow. Okay, moving on here. Right near the end, Salvatore. Here's a drawing I did today. I haven't been drawing in a very long time. A birch log. How is this done? Is that... What am I looking at here? Is it... How... What... You tell me what's going on here. It looks... Maybe it's like one of those pens that creates like a gel pen. I'm not sure how we got this texture on there. Or maybe it's drawn with glue and then something sprinkled on it. I don't know. It does, it's kind of remarkable how it does look kind of like bark, right? Birch bark on there. So I don't know how you did that one, Salvatore, but I'm very impressed. Great job. Next we got some artwork here by Sandra, who's been working on a big mural in Santa Monica in California, in Los Angeles there. I was trying to see if I could figure out where this is. I'm trying to look at that sign. I used to live in Los Angeles for 12 years, so familiar with Santa Monica, but I'm not sure where that is. Anyway, this is a huge mural. My goodness, Sandra, that's a lot of work. I'm so proud of you. You've been doing a lot of these murals over the past few years, and it's amazing to see as they develop. So I can't wait to see the final updated version of how this all turned out. And what do we look? Is that a... I was going to say a wine glass. No, it's not a wine glass. It's a... I don't know. A rocket ship of some kind? Yeah, there's not enough here for us to figure out exactly what we're looking at, but it is pretty good. And then here, when you're not painting on the side of a building, you're painting paintings along with us. So here's your version of Claude Monet's Haystacks. That is amazing. I love how it glows, and you can really see that's when we use value contrasts between, which is the contrast between light and dark. When we push those contrasts as far away as possible, we create a lot of depth, and in this case, just make that sun that's setting or rising just glows, just burning. Right, beautiful. Right, and I love how that light leaks out right over onto this shape. Right, and that's something Monet himself did, but you know, not everybody who paints his painting notices those details for sure. Wow, Charmé. Charmé, this is a server at a local restaurant, has her ID tattooed on her chest. She is so unique. If you recall, Charmé did another... she did a painting of a woman who worked at the cash register at a local grocery store, and then so she took a photograph, made that painting, and then went back to the grocery store and gave it to the server, or to the cashier, who I'm sure was just so excited and blown away. So I wonder, Charmaine, have you given this to this server and seen their reaction? Because this is a beautiful drawing. My goodness, are you kidding me, you guys? That face is really nice. The subtlety on those cheeks, the softness there. Wow. I mean, I don't know how closely it resembles the actual person, but I think you've got to be really excited about how that turned out. That is amazing. It's so cool to see you guys blossoming in real time. Like, it is so wild. I don't know how to explain it. It's just so satisfying as a teacher to see people getting better and better and better and better and better. Wow. And here's Shelley. A friend of mine lost her horse of 21 years a couple of days ago, and I want to do something for her. I think I'm done. Oh, that's so sweet. That beautiful horse standing next to the fence. Wow. What could I say? I do think it looks great. This tree here on the left, all that white, I think we'd want to have a little bit of gray in here as well as white. Not a big deal. And I think maybe even in the tracks down here, I'd put a little bit of something kind of dark, not maybe a black, but just getting a little bit, you know, there's going to be some kind of shadow in here somewhere. Because this area shouldn't be darker than the area in the foreground. So I think we'd want to just amp that up a little bit, and that's going to create more depth in this painting. You know, and I love this. I love the idea of making a painting that that honors a friend or a loved one. I think this idea of painting this horse here is fantastic. The only thing I would say is think of the story that is created here. And, you know, right now we have this horse who's looking at us from the other side of the fence. And, you know, there's a wire there. I might have been inclined to do something of like the horse running free through a field, like unencumbered by human infrastructure that's, you know, got it trapped into a space. You know, now that this horse has passed away, you know, it has the freedom to run endlessly through these like heavenly, infinite landscapes, one might say, right? So, while I love this painting, you might want to just think of like, what else, like what would be a story that would be, you know, even more generous to this horse, right? Anyway, just my little thought on that. Stacy here. I'm not sure what we're looking. It looks like, is that John Wayne? And because that's John Wayne in the background, right? So who's that? Who's a contemporary of John Wayne that looked older than John Wayne? I don't know. I don't know that much about John Wayne movies to know who that is. But that's cool. And I love that you framed it. And then we can't see the picture at the bottom down there. It does look like another guy with a cowboy hat. Huh. That's cool, Stacy. I wish we saw a few more. So let's upload a few more of your paintings to the Facebook group so we can celebrate them. Here's Vanya. Drawing is hard. She says Vanya is, I think, doing the drawing course. And why does that drawing look so familiar? Is this a drawing that I did in our drawing course? Could be. I think this is a very famous image by Michelangelo. That was ultimately, was this for the Sistine Chapel or for the soldiers who are bathing in the river? I can't remember. This looks like one of the apostles along the outer edge of the Sistine Chapel, though. I feel like that look... But Michelangelo did use that look a few times, so I don't know. But that's cool. I mean, this drawing is very simple, but it's also very expressive. There's a lot of movement. And, you know, Michelangelo loved to do those kinds of things, like that twisting of the torso. Like, anytime the body is going into almost like an uncomfortable position, it suggests that they're not going to be able to hold it that long, and they're going to have to spring any moment, right? So Michelangelo, you know, was probably the first great figurative sculptor and painter, in that he, you know, really was able to find the perfect pose that would communicate the most energy possible. We're almost out. We got just, I think, 4 more images to go here. So here's Sharon's painting. Must have been inspired by Deborah there earlier with these gnomes. That's great. Again, this nose poking out from underneath the hat. That's great, Sharon. And then we'll end here with, as we get close to Christmas here, Sharon uploaded, it looks like she's painted onto some of these Christmas ornaments. It's a little bit out of focus. It's hard to see exactly what you... Okay, there's a house there, and fence, and lots of glitter. That's excellent. What a great idea, Sharon, to customize your own Christmas tree ornaments. I'm sure each one of us has hundreds of these things that are just red and green and whatever. But here you've created your own. You've customized them. That's awesome. That is so cool. Wow. So many cool things that we've seen today. So, we're going to wrap it up here, folks. Please hit the notification bell, hit the like button, hit subscribe. I think in exactly the opposite orders. I just mentioned it, but my brain is shutting down for the night. If you're watching this video long after it aired, please leave a comment down below. That is always super helpful. Just think about when you watch a video, if there's no comments down below, even though you're commenting on the live stream, it sort of makes it look like maybe there's nothing interesting enough about this video for anyone to comment. So especially if you like videos, if you like, you know, what's your favorite video that we've done? Go back and leave a comment on there so that when other people click on it and they look at it, they're like, oh, looks like people really liked this one. I'm going to watch this one, right? And that helps the channel. If you want to leave a donation, perhaps a little Christmas gift here, consider leaving $1 through PayPal. The link is down below for that. You can use the super chat function here within YouTube, or one of the send an e-transfer through the Facebook group. My emails are all there to find. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for once again painting along with me, for sending in your incredible artworks. It's such an honor to be a part of this group where, you know, you guys are all inspiring one another. You're all kind of helping each other through some of the difficult times and the struggles that we all encounter as artists. I'm so excited to see what we do over the course of the next few weeks, and then as we begin a whole new year of painting. Next year, one of my focuses is going to be really trying to, once again, focus on work by women, by artists from all over the world, besides white male artists from Europe and New York. So I've been getting ready to kind of go back and do a little bit of that, because we've done a lot of Picassos and Van Goghs, which are great, and the views for those are fantastic. But part of one of the reasons I started doing these is it was a way for me to really investigate artists that I think should be more well known than they are, and to kind of help, you know, share that information with other people And I know that for some people really, really appreciate that, because some artists are due for a reevaluation and should be more well known. Anyway, we'll see you guys again on Thursday. We're going to be looking at Mary Cassatt, the really the greatest impressionist besides maybe Monet, I'd say. And I probably did more than Monet of ushering in 20th century art. So we'll see you guys on Thursday. Get the painting clothes back on, and we'll see you then soon. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for joining me. We'll see you then.